Chapter 1. A Hero's Start. Izuku Midoriya, son of Inko Midoriya, who after recently turning 5 years old grew more and more excited about his visit to the doctor to finally see what his quirk is going to be, since he hadn't shown signs of one. There's one thing in the world young Izuku is certain of, and that is he wants to be a hero when he grows up. Little did he know that after that visit things will never be the same for him again. After being greeted by the doctor, he turned to the two and spoke. "Please have a seat." Inko and Izuku have a seat across from the doctor in his office. The doctor then said, "We've done all of the standard tests on your son, and after an X-ray we've determined that Izuku is quirkless." The 5-year-old green-haired little boy, who for as long as he could remember wanting to become a hero, heard the only thing that could shatter his hopes of achieving that dream. Izuku, with his eyes swelling with tears, sat devastated from just those 3 words that were just spoken. Inko and the doctor discussed more details of the test results, but it all fell on deaf ears as Izuku wallowed in despair due to the news of him not having a quirk. The doctor wished the family luck and walked them both to the door. After exiting the doctor's office, Inko looked down to her son and saw nothing but hurt in his emotionless expression. This made her grow a concern for Izuku's well-being. Like any parent would, she looked for a way to distract him from his thoughts. She then turned to him and asked, "What would you like for dinner, sweetie?" But she didn't receive a reply. Noticing the distraught gaze on her son's face, knowing that he would be this way for a while, she hurried to get both of them home so she could comfort him as best as possible. After arriving home, Izuku just walked to his room, not saying a word. He then sat at his desk to put on his favorite video that always brought him pleasure and gave him inspiration. He watched All Might's debut video of him saving 100 people in one night over and over again. After refusing to eat, Inko just sat beside Izuku, trying her best to console him, when suddenly he looked up to ask her something. She noticed his gesture, then looked at him before he said, "Mom, do you think I could still be a hero like All Might?" Inko, not knowing how to answer, looked into his eyes and thought back to the day when she realized she would do anything to protect her son no matter what. She knew what she said next could possibly make or break Izuku, so she said something that neither one of them expected. "Yes, you will have to work extremely hard, but I will help you every step of the way." Izuku, after hearing his mother's words, wiped away his falling tears and hugged his mother, feeling grateful of her encouraging words. "Thank you, Mom. I will try my best to become strong one day just like All Might and make you proud." Listening to her son's words, she had no choice but to figure out a way to help her son achieve what will most likely be an impossible dream. The next day, Inko would do some research and formulate a workout routine that will allow her son to acquire the skills and strength to one day be a hero, with safety being the first priority. This was the first step that would lead the Midoriyas on a path they both would have never seen coming. After 7 years of a steady workout schedule, Izuku had become a towering figure, casting a shadow over his former self due to his regiment of running 10 kilometers every day, doing sit-ups, squats, push-ups, and burpees until his body gave out. He also started doing martial arts in order to defend himself in a fight or to save others who couldn't defend themselves. Although it took some time to get up to that amount of exercise, Izuku would always press forward, remembering his goal and what it would take to obtain it. One day, after a grueling workout, Izuku laid on his back, panting and breathing heavily underneath a nearby tree in attempt to hide from the day's sun. It had been exceptionally hot out that day, so the comfort the shade brought helped immensely for the rest period. Remembering that he wasn't alone, he looked out the corner of his eyes to see his mother in full stride, trying to beat her previous times from the day before. Inko, dressed in a similar outfit of a white t-shirt, black workout shorts, and red running shoes, continued her jog around the track. He smiled in admiration from his mother's commitment to sticking beside her son. The image of his mother made Izuku think back to when he was 7 and his mom started taking him walking around the track in the nearby park every day after school so he could get some exercise. "After a while, I started outpacing my mother, so she started running to keep up with me. The next thing I knew, she inadvertently started coming with me every day when I left the house to do my routine. She didn't go as hard as I did, but she kept up nonetheless." Inko, upon finishing her last lap, jogged over to the tree where her son resided and gently laid next to him. While catching her breath, Inko gasped and spoke. "I almost caught up to you today, son." Something would recite to Izuku after losing their weekly race, since he had gotten fast enough to outrun her. Izuku, who just chuckled, turned to his mother, then said, "Yeah, maybe next time, Mom." The two just laughed and laid there enjoying their restful period before heading home. After their brief walk back to their home, the Midoriyas decided on having shrimp tempura with rice for dinner and some ice cream for dessert. Izuku headed to his room for a quick shower before preparing the dinner table. After showering, Izuku looked around his room, noticing that he left some free weights there from the previous weekend's workout. Not wanting to let his room get cluttered, he decided to put them back in their proper place. While carrying the weights back into his home gym, he reminisced about when he first got his weight bench from a garage sale he stumbled across while him and his mother was out for a run. It took almost a year before his mother trusted him enough to lift the weights without having her there to spot him. Nonetheless, he was always glad to have her around. Once the food was done, Inko and Izuku talked about getting ready for school so that he wouldn't be late like the day before. Slightly irritated, he just said, "Yes, Mom. I promise it won't happen again." Inko responded, "We'll see." The mother grinned at her son while he sat there trying to portray as much innocence as possible. After finishing their meals, the two retired to their rooms for the evening. Izuku laid in his bed thinking to himself about what tomorrow's school day was going to be like. Remembering he had more problems than just a bunch of homework, he couldn't help but think of his struggles with the bullies that he encountered daily. Ever since he was diagnosed as quirkless, his peers never viewed him the same again, especially his former friend Katsuki Bakugo. The following school day, after hearing the news, Izuku told his classmates and all, but a few ridiculed him. Katsuki, leading the charge in the minor's verbal assault, decided to nickname me Deku, meaning useless, because I didn't have a quirk. Although their words hurt him dearly, Izuku tried his best to never show how much it really bothered him. He didn't want their teasing to get him down, so he just ignored the words and went on about his day like they weren't even there. Although when the bullies who followed Kaken's leads got annoyed by his efforts, that's when the attack started. Young Izuku would try his best to fend them off, but their abilities gave them the advantage over the quirkless boy. This went on for a few years until one day when Izuku came home with a bruise on his face. Inko, visibly upset, demanded her son to tell her what happened. Hesitant at first, knowing his mother would most likely over-exaggerate, Izuku reluctantly told his mother what happened. Inko, steaming mad after hearing the details, started levitating all of the furniture in the nearby room out of anger. Izuku did everything he could to calm his mom down, so she wouldn't hurt the boys or destroy the once floating couches, tables, and chairs, forgetting that she had been training her quirk ever since she started working out with her son. She'd often forget that it would activate sometimes with the right emotional trigger. Inko, listening to her son's plea, compromised with him to not go down to the school to wring the bullies' necks, but Izuku would have to learn how to defend himself as an alternative. Izuku agreed to her conditions and the next day went to find a trainer to help him with some self-defense techniques. With his analytical skills and ability to adapt, it wouldn't take long for Izuku to pick up some skills to defend himself in a fight. After school one day, Izuku was walking home and was suddenly surrounded by Kaken along with his wayward lackeys. Not wanting things to end up like last time, Izuku strategically maneuvered himself so that his back was against the nearest wall. He started pleading with the three boys in order to give them the impression that he didn't want any trouble. The sight of the green-haired boy groveling was not enough for Bakugo, so he decided to establish his dominance over his classmate. He tells him, "Deku, you're such a pathetic loser, and you'll never be a hero no matter how much you tried." Izuku replied, "Yes, I can, just like Crimson Riot over there." When the boys turned their heads to see if the hero was indeed behind them, Izuku took this opportunity to stop his beating before it ever happened. Bakugo, realizing he'd been played, turned back to his victim only to have his face be met by a right hook coming from his former friend. After learning how to put his power and all of his weight into his punches, Izuku landed a clean hit, knocking out his tormentor. Bakugo, being caught off guard, never seen the punch coming, took the hit and fell to the ground, almost instantly falling unconscious. Seeing that their leader had been taken out so quickly, the two sidekicks ran in fear of having the same done to them. Izuku, after realizing what he had done, hurried to the unconscious boy's side to verify he was still breathing and didn't need any other immediate medical attention. He then ran back inside to his school, alerting the nearest adult that Kaken had passed out before running back home, feeling good that he had bested his bully. Knowing that Kaken would want revenge on the boy, he started leaving school from a different exit every day and never taking the same route home in order to stay out of the bully's reach. It had been 2 years since that had happened, and Bakugo would always look for an opportunity to catch Izuku alone, so he could have a rematch from when he was 10. But with careful planning, Izuku avoided him at all costs outside of school, and he always made sure he was within eyesight of teachers while he was on school grounds. Waking up the next day, Izuku decided to go to the comic book store to grab a copy of the latest issue of Static Shock that had just come out. The store was close enough to his school that Izuku would stop by there often without running the risk of being late. After making his purchase, Izuku left out of the store and bent the corner to see blonde Spikes sitting above the angry scowl of his former best friend. With fury pouring from his eyes and veins popping out all over his face, the blonde said, "Deku, I finally caught you and now you're mine." Izuku said to himself, "Oh, this isn't good." Izuku was caught off guard but prepared himself for this day just in case he was ever cornered on pure instinct. Izuku then darted into the street avoiding cars as he zipped across the busy intersection. Putting his newly gained physique to the test, he broke out into a full-speed run, trying his best not to be caught. Not expecting the green-haired boy to take such a risk, Bakugo tried his best to catch up with the boy, but without getting in trouble for illegal quirk usage, he wouldn't be able to catch up with his former friend's speed. The chase went on for 10 blocks when Izuku disappeared down an alley. Noticing where he went, Bakugo followed but lost eyes on the green-haired boy. He would search all over but come up with nothing. Tired and frustrated, Bakugo gave up on the search, knowing that he missed out on his chance at revenge on the quirkless boy who bested him just a few years ago. The blonde boy would then take his leave, not noticing Izuku hiding in a nearby abandoned building. Izuku watched as an upset Bakugo took his leave from the search of the boy. After exiting from the building, he started dusting himself off from the debris and spider webs he encountered after finding his hiding spot. Izuku started his walk back towards school when he heard something odd coming from the other end of the alley. He decided to walk down there to figure out exactly what it is that caught his attention when he came across a young girl being held at gunpoint just a few feet from him. Apparently, she had been held hostage, but due to the danger, the police who were there didn't want to act and get the girl hurt. Izuku, not knowing what to do, started muttering to himself, thinking of the best way to handle this situation in order to save that girl. While in deep thought, he heard the sniffling and crying of the girl being held at gunpoint. He then thought back to the first time he witnessed a hero saving a bystander on the street from a quirk-wielding bad guy who terrorized a local neighborhood. He felt a fire build up in his gut and adrenaline started coursing through his veins. Izuku started looking around for a way to disarm the gunman without being noticed when he looked up and saw a light hanging from the side of the building right next to him. Izuku then picked up a rock off of the ground and started timing out how long it would take for him to reach the gunman before he realized his plan. The next thing you know, Izuku took off running while simultaneously throwing the rock he had picked up at the light hanging near the bad guy's head. The rock made contact, shattering the glass, which causes the gunman to look up, distracting him long enough for Izuku to kick off of the nearby wall to get the clearance he needed to jump on the gunman's back, which causes him to let the girl go in the process. Not knowing what just happened, the girl turned around to see a green-haired boy flailing around while holding on to her attacker with every ounce of strength he had. Izuku then turned to the girl and yelled, "Run! Get out of here!" The girl, still scared about everything she was experiencing, nodded and ran to the police out of harm's way, while Izuku hung on for dear life to the gunman, giving the girl time to get away. Izuku, thinking of the martial arts lessons he's had, used some of the moves he practiced with his trainer to keep his grip while not being slung around like a rag doll. In an effort to remove the kid, the man dropped his weapon, freeing his hands in order to finally grab hold of the preteen, but when he got a hold of Izuku, the police had stormed into the alley, tackling the man to the ground and saving the boy from any further harm. Once the chaos had settled and the man was in custody, the police started to take the statements of the children, but not before scolding the young man for the risks he took and commending the girl for being so brave while being under duress. Izuku, knowing what could happen if his mother found out, quickly looked for a way to escape out of this jam when the girl he helped rescue walked up to him and gave him a hug. Not knowing what to do, he just hugged back. The girl then said, "Thank you for saving me." Izuku, having his mother be the only other girl he had ever hugged, this caused him to blush and become flustered. He then said, "Ah, you're quite welcome," while saying to himself she has the most amazing smile he had ever seen in his life. He then noticed her black hair with eyes to match, being captivated in her cuteness. Snapping out of that quick trance, Izuku noticed that the police weren't watching the squad car where him and the girl were ordered to remain. So, he decided to escape while they were distracted, but before he made his leave, the girl asked the boy, "What is your name?" Izuku, pausing for a second, thought about just telling her his name, but because he didn't want his real identity to be discovered by the police, he then turned to the girl with a smile and simply said, "Deku," hoping if she repeated the name to the police, they wouldn't be able to track him down later on. She then said, "You're my hero." With a very innocent look in her eyes and amazing smile, she then grabbed one of Izuku's hands with his palms facing up and placed hers over it. Her hand started to glow for a second, then it stopped. Once she moved her hand, he saw a badge with the symbol for hero etched into it. Izuku, astonished by this girl's amazing quirk, commending her for being so sweet, said, "Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again one day." He then looked back to see if he had an opening. Once the coast was clear, Izuku took off, leaving the girl alone but knowing she'll be safe with the police. Now he just had to make sure he wasn't caught by the authorities fleeing the scene. After arriving late to school yet again, Izuku was greeted by the principal informing him that he'll be serving detention afterwards with him. Izuku gasped and just sauntered to his homeroom class. As he put his book bag in his locker, he saw the badge that the girl gave him and just smiled. He then said to himself, "Step 1 to becoming a hero complete." We then time skip to Izuku being in his last year of junior high, jotting down ideas in one of his journals, trying to integrate a better workout regimen into his training schedule. But whenever Izuku would concentrate that hard, his muttering would start up at an uncontrollable pace. "Midoriya!" His teacher had yelled, knowing it'll startle the boy and knock him out of his trance. Realizing what he had been doing, he closed his journal and put it away so he could pay more attention to the lesson on the blackboard. Out the corner of his eye, he noticed Bakugo giving him a death glare like he did on occasion, always reminding him to avoid his foe at all costs. Glancing down at his collar, Midoriya admired the badge he earned from rescuing that girl years ago, now wondering how she is doing. After going through something so traumatic, Izuku hoped she was doing okay wherever she was. He followed the news very carefully due to his hero obsession, but when he got home that day after helping rescue that girl, he never encountered any details on her or himself in the news story. The piece of information that the news had divulged was that a hostage was rescued by police that day, and thanks to the quick thinking of a veteran cop, everyone left the scene unscathed. He would smirk at that, only to be relieved the police never found out his identity. Being snapped out of another one of his trances by the sound of his teacher calling his name, Izuku realized that everyone had left for the day except for him. He packed his bag quickly and headed out the door, hoping he hadn't missed his train home from the nearby station. Taking his usual deviated route, but at a later than normal time, Izuku noticed a familiar presence waiting for him at the end of the street. With fire in his eyes and determination written all over his face, Bakugo screams to Izuku, "There's nowhere to run this time." But Izuku wasn't going to make it that easy due to having this neighborhood memorized. He knew every twist and turn it had to offer. Quickly turning around and heading in the opposite direction, Izuku started dodging explosions and flying debris while keeping his lead on his attacker. He then leaped into an old lady's yard who he had met previously after avoiding her flowers. He waved as he scaled her fence yet again. Knowing that he gave himself a window of opportunity, he ran into a familiar construction site, knowing of its multiple hiding spots. Jumping into the cab of a nearby piece of machinery, Izuku hid while hearing his attacker approaches. Out of breath and pissed off, Kaken started yelling for Izuku to come out and face him. "DKU. You coward, stop running and face me like you should have back then." Knowing that he wouldn't get a response, Bakugo started blasting possible hiding places in order to expose where Izuku was hiding. He blew up several piles of rocks, 3 porta potties, and several trash cans. Now snarling, Bakugo continued his search angrily for the boy, but to no avail due to Izuku's quick thinking and planning ahead. Scanning over the site once again, Bakugo realized just how much destruction he caused in his pursuit and decided to leave before anyone realized he was responsible for all of that damage. Once the coast was clear, Izuku exited his hiding spot and started making his way home, being careful to avoid his usual route, so he wouldn't get caught off guard again. As Izuku started walking down the street, it led him through a tunnel. As he walked through it, he heard a noise coming from a sewer grate that he had just passed. The next thing he knew, a villain with a quirk that turns his body into sludge popped out of the sewer, quickly rushing after the boy. Izuku jumped out of the way of his attack and dodged as best he could until one of the sludge-like limbs ended up making contact. Izuku struggled with everything he had to fight off the villain, but the boy started to be enveloped by the monster's quirk, when out of nowhere Izuku was suddenly hit with a massive force of wind pressure, so strong it freed him from the grips of the villain and blasting the sludge-powered individual into pieces. Being knocked unconscious from that attack, Izuku woke up to the worried words of Japan's #1 hero. Izuku opened his eyes as wide as possible and exclaimed, "All Might!" Everything from here on went just like it did in canon until about 3 months into the assignment of cleaning Dagobah Beach All Might had given to young Midoriya. All Might arrived at the beach at 5 a.m. like clockwork, But when he went to his usual vantage point to oversee young Midoriya's progress, his jaw dropped at what he just saw. Not only was the entire beach clear of trash, but he even cleaned outside of his designated work area. All Might looked to the other end of the beach as his future successor was jogging along the coastline while curling weights. Izuku, finally noticing All Might, stopped his run to meet up with his new trainer. As he approached, Toshinori couldn't help but see a younger version of himself in young Midoriya's, almost matching his teenage physique he once had after all of his training with Gran Torino. All Might approached the boy and said, "Young Midoriya, how were you able to do your assignments so quickly? You didn't have any help, did you?" All Might asked curiously with one eyebrow raised, only to be impressed and disturbed by the answer he received. Izuku then says to All Might, "No sir, seeing as though I don't really have any friends. I wouldn't know who to ask for help besides my mother, and that would defeat the purpose of me getting strong enough to inherit your quirk." All Might just smiles and then says, "Well kid, it seems like I might have been underestimating you and how long it would take you to harness my power. After everything you've told me about your prior training and exceeding all my expectations, I believe you're to become the 9th wielder of One for All." Izuku, with stars in his eyes, looks to All Might and says, "I will do my best to make you proud of me, All Might." All Might then reaches up to his scalp, plucks out a single strand of hair, and hands it to Izuku before saying, "Eat this." Izuku, with a look of confusion, just stares at All Might with a blank and shocked expression. Once All Might explained everything to Midoriya, he ate the hair and waited a few hours for it to be digested into his system. With about 7 months until the entrance exam, Izuku would spend his remaining time sparring with All Might and learning to control One for All. On the day of the entrance exam, Izuku made sure he arrived early so that he didn't make a bad impression with the faculty of UA. While taking in all sights that the campus had to offer, he noticed a familiar blonde foe walking into the entrance of the building. They glared at each other, noticing their physical differences since they had last seen each other. They both stood at a height of 5 foot 8 inches and a lot more toned. The two glanced at one another as they quietly walked into the campus door. Bakugo, breaking the silence, said to Izuku just so only he could hear, "You better watch your back in there, Deku, because if you cross my path." Bakugo then stuck his hand on a nearby wall, compressing an explosion into its surface, leaving burns and fractures all along the wall. Not even flinching at the threat, Izuku continued his pace as if the boy wasn't even there. Taking his seat in the auditorium after finishing the written portion of the exam, Izuku awaited the instructions from President Mike on how the practical was going to be handled. Once Mike was finished, Izuku found out that all participants will be split into groups to be sent to various different zones for the exams. Izuku, spotting which bus he had to be on, then started heading that way. Luckily, the exam site wasn't too far from campus, so he didn't have to be on the crowded bus for long. After everyone exited the bus and made their way to the entrance of the exam site, Izuku then took his time to look over all of the future classmates he would get to know if they passed the test. He saw a cute brown-haired girl pressing her fingers together and releasing them in a repetitive motion. To her left there was that blue-haired boy who interrupted President Mike about a missing detail in his presentation, and then his eyes scanned over to see Bakugo, who just glared at him like a heavyweight boxer staring at his next opponent. Not letting that bother him, he noticed a girl with a quirk that allowed her to transform into a tall beast-like creature, a transformation that astonished the young man and caused him to start speculating on the ins and outs of her quirk. Once Izuku concentrated that hard on anything, his muttering would start, and it would take a sudden jolt for the young green-haired boy to snap out of it. Next thing you know, he heard President Mike yell, "What are you doing, kid?" Midoriya snapped out of it due to the sound of his instructor to notice that the test had already started, and all other participants had already entered the zone. Quickly gathering his bearings, Izuku charged up his quirk and green lighting started sparking off his body. In a flash, he took off running, causing a small sonic boom in the process, shocking everyone in the monitor room except for All Might, who was trying his best to be impartial and not showing favoritism to the boy who he had chosen to be his successor. All Might then decided to look in on all the other students to watch their progress, and he acknowledges that there's a lot of capable talent in the testing pool this year. Bakugo dismantling every robot he came across, Aoyama blasting 2 pointers into pieces with his naval laser, but then All Might saw something that caught his eye and gasps, then says, "Oop, looks like someone could use some help." The other heroes looked down at the monitor to see a girl being chased by a number of robots and then being cornered off at every turn. She then turned to use her quirk, which turned her palms into rocket launchers, which allowed her to blast away any oncoming robots. Once the dust from the impact had cleared, she saw that she was still surrounded, so she decided to climb up a fire escape on the adjacent building just above her pursuers. Once she was out of sight, she stopped to catch her breath, only for the robots to yank down the fire escape, causing her to fall from the second story of the building. Bracing for her doom, the girl then felt something wrap around her body and save her from plummeting to the ground. She looked at her waist to see a long black mass lifting her up into safety. When she looked to see where it was coming from, she saw the boy who she ran past at the entrance of the site, muttering to himself. Still surprised at being rescued, the girl was silent until the boy spoke. "Hey there. You looked like you needed some help." Chapter 2, Getting into UA. Flashback to 7 months ago. About 5 hours after Izuku ingested the hair that All Might gave him, we find the duo on a secluded part of the beach, out of sight from the public. Izuku looking down at his forearms, noticing the power of one for all starting to course through his body. It was like nothing he had experienced before. It was an overwhelming feeling of finally having a quirk. Not only does he have a quirk, but it belonged to his idol, the #1 hero who inspired him in the first place, All Might. While thinking of all the practice that he'll need to use his newfound power, Izuku was interrupted by the words of Tashinori. "Earth to Midoriya." While waving a hand in his successor's face, All Might finally got the boy's attention. He then activated his quirk, transforming into his hero form. All Might then started stretching before facing the nearby ocean. Once he was limber, he looked down to the green-haired boy, then said, "Young Midoriya, it's time we test out your quirk to see how much of one for all you can handle." Enchanted by the #1 hero's words, he stood next to him, preparing himself for the next lesson. All Might then cocked his fist back, preparing to launch his attack. He then yelled out, "Detroit Smash!" The next thing you know, a tremendous storm of wind and air pressure divided the ocean's water in half for what seemed to be miles. Izuku, captivated from actually witnessing All Might using his quirk in person, remained speechless, still amazed at what he just saw. Inside, he couldn't believe that he's living out a dream that he fantasized about for so many years. "Okay, young man, let's see what you got." Being awakened from his daydreaming, Izuku responded, "Yes, sir." Without hesitating, the green-haired boy walked up to where All Might once stood. He then got into a similar stance, imitating the pro hero. He cocked his fist back, then paused for a moment before saying to All Might, All Might, how do I activate your quirk?" Tashinori then face-palmed, realizing that, in all this time, he never told the boy exactly what to do. He then picked himself back up before letting out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, you just have to feel it, kid. Once you grab a hold of your power, then clench your butt cheeks and yell this from the top of your lungs. Smash!" Izuku, not being satisfied with that answer, looked at him yet again with a dumbfounded facial expression. The boy, not knowing what else to do, started to feel for his quirk, trying to bring out his inherited power. Once again, having the odd sensation of electricity coursing throughout his body, he started gathering power into his right arm. Red veins started forming along his arm. His muscles started bulging and the power was crackling all over his right side. Izuku then readied himself, taking the exact same stance as his sensei. Looking over his shoulder at All Might, he saw him giving a thumbs up, signifying it was okay for him to release his attack. Following All Might's instructions, the boy then clenched his butt cheeks before yelling out, "Smash!" Thrusting his fist forward, releasing his first ever Detroit Smash, causing a similar but less controlled break in the ocean's waters. Nonetheless, All Might was thoroughly impressed by the results of the young man's first attempt of using one for all. Noticing that the boy was no longer standing in the same position, he looked and saw Izuku had been blown back, laying on the beach's sandy terrain. The hero then hurried to his side, noticing that the boy was grabbing his arm in pain. Looking to see the source of his cries, All Might then noticed the purple bruises that had formed on young Midoriya's right arm. All Might then said to the boy, "Young man, you've just experienced the backlash of using the full power of one for all without having full control." Izuku, still in pain but aware of his sensei's words, made a mental note to himself to not try that again without the proper practice of control. All Might then lifted the boy from the ground and carried him over to his truck. After placing the boy inside the vehicle, he deactivated his quirk, returning to his normal form. They then left in a hurry to get the boy some medical attention. After arriving at their destination, Izuku recognized that he was back in Matsutafu but not familiar with the place he had been taken to. Tashinori pulled up to the gate and pushed the button on the call box next to it. A voice then sounded out of the speaker. "Hello, who is it?" The voice said shortly afterwards. All Might replied, "Shizenji-chan, it's me, Toshinori. I have a patient that could use your help." The voice had then disappeared and the gate to the office had started to open. The two then pulled up to the large white office that was structured to look like a giant band-aid. After exiting the vehicle, Izuku followed All Might to the door in front of the building. As the pair walked up, the door opened, and they were greeted by the former pro-hero Recovery Girl. All Might, expecting a warm welcome, was met with a cane to his head. "Oh, what was that for?" Recovery Girl then spoke. "I told you to not overdo it anymore, and you show up here just weeks after we already had this same conversation." All Might, rubbing the spot where he was just struck, exclaimed to the nurse, "Geez, I wasn't the one that got hurt this time." Being caught off guard by Toshinori's statement, Recovery Girl then noticed the green-haired young man standing behind her longtime friend with stars in his eyes. Izuku, who just realized who he was brought to, started fanning out before Recovery Girl could even speak. "Wow, you're Recovery Girl. I've been a fan of yours for a long time. I can't believe I'm actually getting a chance to meet you, and I wanted to know if you could." Toshinori then slapped a hand over Izuku's mouth before the boy could continue. While still trying to speak, Toshinori sighed then said, "Man, kid, you sure can go overboard with the word vomit." Now that Recovery Girl found out the reason for her visitors showing up, she asked for them to come in. After entering the office, Recovery Girl asked for Izuku to have a seat on the patient's table before inspecting the boy's injuries. She got a close look before telling him, My, it looks like you had a bad reaction to your own quirk. How did this happen?" Izuku then looked over to All Might with a hint of worry plastered all over his face. The hero then spoke. "He's my successor, Recovery Girl." She then looked back to the boy before sighing and saying, "Oh, I see, so these were caused by One for All. Well, let's get this exam over with and you all healed up." Not too long after healing Midoriya's wounds, Izuku bowed to the nurse, thanking her for all the help and also the candy she gave him. Although he felt drained after being healed, Izuku was very happy to have gotten the autograph of one of his favorite pro-heroes. Toshinori then thanked his friend before heading back to drop off his new student. After leaving from in front of the Midoriya's household, Izuku waved to All Might before heading inside to greet his mother. Later that night, Izuku remembered the last thing All Might said to him before getting out of his truck. He then looked down to the piece of paper All Might handed to him before he dropped him off. "Meet me at this address tomorrow at 7 a.m. sharp. We have a lot of work to do, so don't be late." Overly excited about getting back to his training, Izuku then hurried to get prepared for the following day. It was a clear and sunny morning as Izuku finally arrived at the address given to him by his sensei. From a distance, it looked to be an abandoned airfield in the countryside far away from the city. Walking through the entrance, Izuku noticed the large tarmac next to an old airplane hangar that looked seemingly condemned. There were a bunch of old rusted cars, concrete dividers, and piles of rubble everywhere. As he started approaching the hangar, he noticed All Might walking out of it carrying 6 large tractor tires. He had 3 on each of his shoulders, making it look very easy. The pro then caught eyes with the green-haired boy before yelling out, "Welcome to my training ground, you newbie," right before dropping the tires at his sides, causing the boy to almost stumble from the shake in the ground. Gaining his composure, then standing at attention, Izuku then waited for his next instructions from the number 1 hero. All Might then pointed his finger at the boy before saying, "You still aren't ready to fully control One for All, so we're going to teach you how to control your power before the entrance exam." But before All Might could continue, Izuku cut him off. "All Might, can I ask you something?" After seeing the worry in his eyes, Toshinori then said, "Of course, young Midoriya, what is it?" Izuku then looked at his hands before responding to All Might. He then gazed back at him before asking, "All Might, how does it feel when you activate your quirk?" All Might then paused, grabbing his chin, and after a few seconds he answered the boy, "When I summon One for All, the power courses throughout my body, which explains why I go into my muscle form whenever I'm using it. This cultivated power enhances all of my movements and actions, which allows me to save the day." Izuku, after taking in everything he just heard and watching All Might striking poses, he then suddenly screamed out, "That's it. He then took a stance with his legs spread shoulder-length apart while bracing his body. He started channeling One for All, but at a much less percentage than the day before. All Might, looking with curiosity, patiently waited to see what his successor was attempting to do. Izuku then started saying aloud, "Where I messed up at was trying to force 100% of my power just into one limb. What I should have been doing is channeling it throughout my entire body. That way the pressure of all that power isn't all focused into one point." Red veins started appearing all over Izuku's body, starting with his legs. They also were showing up on his arms until they covered his whole torso, including his head. The veins then faded, being replaced with green lightning surrounding his entire body. All Might, with a hint of pride in his eyes, looked over to the boy and asked, "How does it feel, young Midoriya?" The green-haired boy then started gazing all over his body, noticing the lightning sparking off of his skin and clothes before responding. "Yesterday, the pressure of having all of that power gathered into my right arm felt like I was a teapot heating up without a steam hole. So, performing a Detroit smash was the only way to relieve all that built-up pressure. Now that the pressure is much lower than before, I have better control over the power." All Might then asked, "How much of One for All would you say you can control at this point?" Izuku then closed his eyes for a few seconds like he was in thought before opening them and telling him, "It feels like 10% of my full power." All Might just smiled before activating his quirk and changing into his muscle form. The hero then started to stretch and got into a fighting stance. All Might then told his student, "While we're training, I want you to keep One for All activated at all times until I give you the go-ahead to stop. Your body isn't used to having my quirk, so by doing this it'll start getting used of the feeling of having One for All." With a determined grin on his face, the green-haired boy matched his teacher's fighting stance. Izuku started to focus on his opponent, preparing himself for what was coming next. All Might then dashed at the boy while yelling, "I'll match your power with 10% of my own until you get acclimated with it." The two then clashed fists, both of their right hands extended, causing a small tremor before they separated. And All Might spoke again. "Once you've mastered 10% of One for All, we'll steadily increase your power output until you have this quirk fully mastered." Izuku just responded, "Yes, sir." He then started rushing towards All Might again, continuing their sparring lesson. 3 months later, All Might is standing idly by, monitoring his successor's progress as he does push-ups with 2 large tractor tires on his back. As a method of strengthening his situational awareness, All Might tossed a water bottle at the boy's head, but to his surprise Izuku had activated One for All and quickly extended his arm, grabbing the bottle out of the air. Turning to his side so the tires would drop, the green-haired boy stood up and walked over to his sensei while taking a drink of his bottle. After finishing the cool beverage, he said to him, "Not this time, All Might." Izuku then placed the empty bottle in the nearby trash can before stretching and taking his place next to All Might on the track. Once his muscles were loose enough, Toshinori looked to his successor and asked, "Young Midoriya, have you had any more of those dreams you told me about?" Izuku stopped his stretch, then looked over to All Might before answering, "No, I haven't had a dream like that since I've finally reached mastery over 20% of One for All." The two then recollect the dream that the green-haired boy had and described to his sensei the following day. Izuku went on to tell All Might that he had a dream where he was trapped in a dark void being monitored by 8 silhouettes with glowing eyes. But what stood out of all of the images was the one that looked like All Might. Right before the dream had ended, one of the images started to change into the image of a young gray-haired man who pointed at me before saying, "The 9th." After that, I woke up from the dream gasping for air, and I tried to put the pieces together before seeing All Might the next day. The two then got into a runner's position before taking off, jetting down the tarmac. Trailing behind All Might, the boy couldn't help but feel like he was going to lose their daily race yet again. Izuku then pushed to his current limit of One for All and tried everything he could to match his teacher's speed. All Might then looked back at the boy before saying, "I'm barely using 25%. Come on, slowpoke, or you'll never beat me." Izuku, being fired up by the words of the pro hero and frustrated from all of his consecutive losses, pushed past his limit to 25%. Feeling the strain of the new power, Izuku felt the change in speed as his body propelled him even closer to his rival. All Might, noticing that his pursuer was catching up, then increased his power just a little bit more to keep his lead. Trying with everything he had, Izuku kept pushing himself towards All Might. He extended his hand out in the direction of the finish line. The boy just kept thinking to himself, I just need a little bit more power and I know I could beat him. Try as he may, Izuku just couldn't match the speed of the number 1 hero, but he was determined to not lose this time. Forgoing the safety measures given to him by All Might, Izuku increased the power of 1 for all to 30%, knowing that this would be the only way he'll be able to actually win this time. Starting to close the gap between the two of them, Izuku stuck his hand out towards the approaching goal. Giving it his all, trying everything to win, that's when an unfamiliar feeling suddenly pulsed throughout his body. The next thing you know, large black tendrils shot out of the boy's arms, covering the track and even All Might in the process. Fear and panic set in the horrified face of the fledgling hero. He tried his best to control the large black mass spewing out of his arm and throwing him everywhere. All Might, being utterly surprised by this, couldn't help but freeze at the sight. Seeing that his student needed help, he rushed into the center of the black mass. Grabbing a hold of the young boy, trying his best to defuse the situation. He then lifted the boy off of his feet and then yelled to Izuku, "Young Midoriya, you have to stop this now." Izuku, being overpowered by the mass and struggling to stay on his feet, yelled out, "It's not me, All Might. I don't know how to stop it. Come on, one for all, listen to me." But his body just wouldn't respond, and for some reason he couldn't get his quirk to deactivate. The pro hero, seeing no other way of stopping the boy's quirk, decided to take action the best way he could. All Might then said so the boy could hear, "I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but I must end this before you hurt someone or yourself." All Might then raised one of his arms while keeping a hold of his prodigy with the other. He then called out, "Texas Smash." The hero then proceeded to chop the boy on the back of his head, knocking him unconscious. This caused the quirk to slowly stop and retreat back into his body. A few hours later, Izuku woke up in the familiar office of Recovery Girl. Looking to his left, he saw All Might in the waiting area on the phone, with a worried expression plastered all over his face. He then slowly looked over to his right due to the stiffness in his neck and the pain coming from his head. Once he was in full view, he saw Recovery Girl at his side. She then started to check him for signs of a concussion. While she was doing that, he noticed that his arm was bandaged up. After seeing that, he remembered the day's events and the dream he had right before he woke up. Once All Might noticed that his successor was finally awake, he entered the room before asking, "How is he doing, Recovery Girl?" She looked over to the hero before saying, "He doesn't have a concussion, but he will have a few scars due to the way his quirk tore open his arm." All Might gasped, then took a deep breath before saying, "Thank you." Whack! All Might then grabbed his head after being struck by the nurse's cane again. "What was that for?" Recovery Girl responded to Toshinori while shaking her cane at him. "I told you to be careful with the boy." Recovery Girl replied. Toshinori sighed to himself, then said, "It was the only solution I could come up with at the time. I needed to stop him before things got even more out of hand." Izuku interrupted the conversation by saying, "He's right. If it wasn't for All Might, I don't think I would have been able to stop myself." The two adults then looked at each other, then back to the boy while smiling. At the same time they said, "We're just happy you're okay." Izuku smiled at their words before getting All Might's attention. Toshinori then got closer, gesturing to the green-haired boy to speak. Izuku then spoke. "All Might, I had another dream like before, but a different man appeared to me this time. He said his name was Daigoro Banjo, and he was the fifth wielder of One for All." All Might sat there in silence as his successor filled him in on every detail he received from one of the vestiges of One for All. After hearing the boy's story, he stood up, then proclaimed that he'll gather as much information as possible on all of the previous wielders of his quirk. The two, now having a better understanding of their shared quirk, contemplated what this new information could possibly mean for their future. A month after awakening his new quirk named Black Whip, All Might handed Izuku a notebook filled with all of the intel he put together so far. Izuku took the book from All Might's hands and started glancing over the pages filled with details of all his predecessors. After skimming through most of the pages, he closed the book before stepping up to All Might and saying, "I'll learn as much as I can, so I'll know what to do next time a new quirk manifest." All Might just gave him his signature smile before exclaiming, "I have the utmost faith in you, young man." Right before giving him a thumbs up, after that he said to the boy, We have about 3 months left before the day of the entrance exam to get you prepared for the practical, so let's see how much control you have on your new quirk." Izuku smiled before activating one for all, then extending both of his arms away from his body. With far greater control than his first time, 2 black rope-like tendrils exited his arms. He then looked at All Might as he was changing into his muscle form before saying, "Bring it on, All Might." The two then dashed toward each other, clashing like they had several times before. This routine repeated itself every day until the morning of the test. Present day, back to the entrance exam. Izuku is currently lifting up the young girl he just rescued from the 2-pointer robots who tried attacking her. Using Black Whip, he pulled her up to the roof where he was standing out of reach of the chaos below. Setting her down with ease, he asked her, "Are you okay?" The girl, still in shock, just nodded. He then said, "I'll be right back." Izuku then leaped into the air above all of the robots in the alley below before yelling out, "Detroit Smaasish!" Landing in the center of the mechanical targets, his attack caused a shock wave that radiated from its center, causing all of the robots to smash into their surroundings, destroying them in the process. After completing the task, Izuku leaped back up to the roof where the girl sat and stared with amazement. He then grabbed her by the waist, then jumped back to the ground. Making sure that she was fine, he asked the girl for her name. The girl, still kind of thrown off by what she just witnessed, finally answered, "Oh yes. Sorry, I'm Akira Yamamoto." Izuku responded with a bright and warm smile. "Nice to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm glad was able to help, and I hope to see you in UA one day." Izuku's words echoed throughout the alley as he ran off while waving back at the girl who stood there for a little while before remembering where she was. Venturing back into the street of the exam city, Izuku stumbled across some unscathed robots in the distance. As he started moving forward, he heard a loud crash coming from his right. He quickly got out of the way and glanced at the cause of the noise. He found himself being blocked off by 10 3-pointer robots who just crashed through the building. Izuku charged forward and jumped into the air, activating Black Whip. With his quirk, he grabbed 2 nearby parked cars, lifting them up into the air before slamming them into the 3-point robots. Debris and robot parts flew back into the direction where they had just come from. After landing back on the ground, Izuku then started scouting the area, looking for more foe villains to destroy. Then, out of nowhere, the ground started to shake. The city was trembling from the rumble of the approaching mechanical behemoth. Izuku, noticing the towering monstrosity making its way in his direction, thought to himself, "So that must be the 0-pointer that President Mike told us we should avoid during the exam." Looking at the other participants all fleeing in the opposite direction, Izuku thought about following the others until he heard someone call out as if they were in pain, "Oh, ow!" He then looked in the direction of where that voice came from. When he spotted the same brown-haired girl, he noticed back at the entrance of the testing site. Realizing that her leg was trapped and she couldn't escape, Izuku sprang into action. Seeing the blue-haired boy with glasses who he saw earlier was still nearby, Izuku picked up a piece of rebar and threw it into the ground, blocking the boy's path to get his attention. The boy then looked in the direction where the obstruction came from and saw the green-haired boy who was muttering to himself earlier. Izuku then screamed to the boy, "She needs our help." Looking in the direction where he just came from, he saw where the boy was headed and who he was talking about. Wanting to become a hero just like his older brother, Ida took off running towards the trapped girl. Izuku, activating Black Whip, started grabbing large chunks of debris, cars, and anything else he could use to block the path of the 0-pointer that was still approaching. This distraction created an opening long enough for Ida to rescue the girl and free her from the fallen debris. Izuku then stumbled across a large boulder that was in the middle of the road. Formulating an idea, Izuku knew that it would take a lot more power than what he'd been using to pull off his plan. Izuku then charged up one for all to his current threshold of 40% and darted at the boulder with his leg cocked back, then screamed out, "St. Louis Smash!" His foot made contact with the boulder, sending it flying directly towards the robot's head. When the boulder collided with the machine, it obliterated all traces of its head clean off its shoulders, subsequently causing its movements to cease. Once the large robot stopped moving, Izuku looked back to see the blue-haired boy carrying the girl away to safety. Now that everyone was clear, Izuku then started looking for more robots to destroy. He activated one for all and took off running. He spotted another 2-pointer and then launched a Delaware Smash in its direction, destroying the foe villain. Once the robot shattered into pieces, 3 more robots appeared in its place. Raring to go for another round, Izuku cocked back his fist, preparing for another attack when Present Mike came through on the loudspeaker shouting, "Time is up." Izuku then stopped dead in his tracks, inches from coming in contact with the now deactivated robots. Doing the calculation in his head, Izuku added up all of his villain points and came up with a total of 120. Figuring it should be enough to pass, Izuku made his way back to the entrance of the exam site. Now that the test was over, Izuku started thinking about every new quirk he encountered on his walk back, not noticing all the other contestants staring at him for the amazing feat he had accomplished. Back in the monitor room, all of the heroes took notice of a certain green-haired boy who was able to stop a zero-pointer by himself. Shoyuta Aizawa, the pro-hero Eraserhead, was very intrigued with the boy who happened to be topic of discussion. Looking over the applicant's form, he read to himself. Izuku Midoriya. Age 15. Quirk, Power Core. Abilities. Able to manipulate the power of his quirk and manifest it in different ways. Aizawa then said to himself, "So that explains it, although there's something off about this kid." 1 week later. After arriving to the front steps of his home from school for the day, Izuku was met by his mother at the entrance of his doorway. "Izuku, Izuku, it's here," his mother shouted as her son made his way into the house. His eyes lit up from excitement, especially since he hadn't heard from All Might since the day of the entrance exam. Izuku tore open the letter and out popped a shiny metal disc that rolled onto the floor. After bouncing off of the wall, the disc projected a video image of All Might. The Midoriyas gasped before saying the pro's name. Izuku then picked up the disc before setting it on a nearby table. The projection of All Might then started to talk. "HA, congratulations, young Midoriya. I know you're probably wondering what I'm doing here presenting your test results. But the truth is I've decided to become a teacher this year at UA. So let me start off by saying congratulations on acing the written portion of the exam." All Might will then go on to explain how Izuku set a new record, surpassing even his own score from back when he took the exam himself, with Izuku's score being a whopping 180 points in total. Tears would then stream down the boy's face as he just took another step in the right direction of achieving his dream of becoming a hero. Shortly afterwards, the green-haired teen would leave out of his house and sprint down to his favorite dessert shop to grab an after-dinner treat for his mother and himself in celebration of getting accepted into the hero program. After making his purchase at the dessert shop, Izuku waved to the owner, Mr. Kobayashi, as he left the store. Beginning his trip back home, he heard what sounded like cries coming from a nearby alley. Wanting to see if someone needed help, he headed down the narrow walkway to find the source of the noise. As he got closer, he noticed a knife-wielding blonde girl walking towards an unconscious man. He then yelled out to her, "Stop! What are you doing?" The girl turned to see where the voice came from, but when Izuku locked eyes with the girl, all he saw was a venomous urge bulging from her golden irises. The girl then dashed towards Izuku, but he activated Full Cowl, quickly dodging the girl's attack and putting her in a grapple hold. The blonde would struggle for dear life like a rabid dog trying its best to chomp its next victim. But the boy was in full control of all of the girl's movements. He tried his best to calm her down, but all he could hear was her screaming, "Blood, blood, I need his blood. Give me blood. Stop getting in my way. I need it, I need it, I need it. Let me go, let me go." The girl salivated as she spoke while flailing harder and harder trying to break the hold, but Izuku used 30% to keep her in place due to her strength and her apparent endurance. Izuku looked back at the unconscious man, then back over to the girl. Thinking of what could possibly help, he then raised his sleeve and stuck his arm in front of the girl's mouth. "Here, take my blood." Izuku shouted his words in order to get the girl's attention while she was still kicking and screaming. She turned her head, then launched at the boy's arm, sinking her teeth directly into his flesh. Once her teeth made contact, Izuku felt a very sharp pain, but then noticed it got very quiet as the girl took in his blood. Izuku then thought to himself, "I don't know if this is a side effect of her quirk, but something is causing her insatiable behavior, and blood is the key in order for this frenzy to be stopped." The pain of her bite faded, and Izuku looked down to see that the girl was completely calm. She then quietly said, "Thank you." But before he could reply, she jumped back and leaped up on a nearby canopy. She started to climb up the catwalk above her when she heard the boy shout, "You don't have to hurt people. I can help you out if that's what you need." The girl stopped, then turned her head towards the green-haired boy without saying a word. Seeing this, Izuku took that as sign of having her attention. You see, I'm going to be a hero, so helping people comes naturally to me, and I believe you're someone who needs help. So please, let me help you." The girl paused for a second as the words echoed throughout her head. Izuku, thinking that he might have gotten through to the blonde girl, was then startled by the noise of the man who was attacked earlier waking up. He grunted in pain from the blow he received to the back of his head. Izuku then hurried to the man's side. Once there, he looked back up to see that the girl was now gone and nowhere to be found. A little while after calling the authorities, the police arrived and took the statement from the boy as the ambulance took the injured man to the hospital. Izuku then told the police that the man was attacked by someone, and when he came to check it out, he must have scared whoever it was off. Finishing up their report, the police offered Izuku a ride home and praised him for doing the right thing by staying with the man until help arrived. As the car made its way to the home of the Midoriyas, Izuku couldn't help but think about who that girl was and where she went. Judging from how she was dressed and how young she was, I doubt she could be homeless. But what really concerned him was how she acted before she was able to drink his blood. Dangerous urges like that can definitely become fatal if nothing is done about it. I'll have to find a way to help, but in order for that to happen, I'll need to locate her first. Chapter 3. Quirk Assessment Test. After arriving home from being dropped off by the police, Izuku headed straight to his room and started building a profile of the blonde girl he'd met earlier. He started looking up news reports that might mention the girl or incidents that matched the scene he witnessed tonight. His search turned out to be fruitless, seeing as though nothing came close to what he was looking for. Over the next 6 weeks after school and training, Izuku would head out during the night in hopes of tracking down the girl with the vampiric tendencies. During his travels, he did happen to overhear a couple of paramedics talking while on their lunch break. The two were standing at a food truck waiting for their orders as Izuku was walking past. He listened closely when one of them mentioned that a blood bank had been broken into a couple weeks ago. Once he heard that detail, he decided to stick around for more information, but the paramedics received a call on the radio and had to leave in a hurry. Figuring that this might not be a coincidence, Izuku made a mental note to check out other local blood banks for future surveillance. After looking at his watch and realizing how late it was, he made a dash back to his house so he could get ready for his first day at UA tomorrow. It would be an understatement to say that Izuku was excited to be starting his first day in the hero program. He ran into the living room to give his mom a kiss before jetting out of the door. He didn't see that his mom was trying to get his attention before leaving, but she just decided to text him good luck and be careful. The train ride took about 45 minutes, but still left plenty of time for the green-haired boy to arrive early at the UA campus. As he walked through the entrance of the prestigious academy, he couldn't help but marvel in all the sights it had to offer. Following the signs down the hall that pointed him in the direction for first-year students, he found a corridor that led him to Class 1A. When he found the classroom's door, he recognized the sound of a loud and familiar blonde explosive user coming from the other side of it. Izuku almost instantly face-palmed in the realization that he would be stuck in another classroom with Katsuki Bakugo. Knowing what that meant, he prepared for whatever may come. As he opened the door, he saw 3 students already seated at their desk, and one blue-haired boy waving his arms dramatically while still standing. Noticing his same glasses and facial structure trying to scold Bakugo, Izuku recognized him as the boy who helped him save that girl during the entrance exam. To their left was a fair-skinned girl with long flowing jet black hair and astonishing facial features to match. She was reading a book and trying to ignore the ruckus going on to her right. Beside her was a boy sitting stoically gazing out the corner of his eyes. Izuku noticed that he had a head of half red and white hair, thinking to himself that it could possibly have something to do with his quirk, or maybe it could just be genetic. His concentration was broken when he heard someone yell out, "DKU! Why the hell are you here?" The raven-haired girl lifted her head up at the mention of the name Deku and started looking in the direction of the green-haired boy. She started thinking to herself, could that really be him? Before making any assumptions, she decided to observe for now before confronting the boy. Izuku scoffed at the voice of his former bully and decided to take his seat. As he approached the empty desk, Bakugo shot up from his chair into his direction with his hands popping with mini explosions. Izuku, seeing what the blonde boy was trying to do, simply leapt into the air while placing one hand on the charging boy's shoulder and somersaulted over his attacker. Bakugo sprang forward and almost crashed into a desk while Izuku nonchalantly took the nearest seat. Everyone in the class looked at the green-haired boy, impressed with his acrobatic display except for Bakugo. The blue-haired boy then walked over to him, then spoke. Hello again. I see that you're still full of surprises. We didn't get to officially meet last time, but I am Tenya Ida. I'm glad that we will be sharing a classroom this year. Izuku just smiled before extending his hand out to shake Ida's before saying, "Oh yeah. Sorry about that, I was thinking about something after the test, and it totally slipped my mind. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way, and it's nice to officially meet you as well." The two shook hands and then decided to take their seats. Moments later, other students started entering the classroom one by one, until one familiar round-faced girl locked eyes with the green-haired boy. Izuku, instantly recognizing her, he already knew where this was going. "It's you. You're the boy that helped save me." This statement caught the attention of a few of the other students, which made them stop what they were doing to listen. The girl then ran up to Izuku and started bowing in gratitude while thanking him. Izuku then said, "You're very welcome, but it's nothing that anyone else wouldn't have done." He then flashed a bright smile before he heard a deep voice come out of nowhere. "If you just came here to socialize, then you're in the wrong classroom." Everyone looked in the direction of the door to a tall, lanky man in dark clothes with a scarf wrapped around his neck standing there. All the kids of Class 1A fell silent to the man's words before he spoke again. "At least you didn't take long to settle down. Now everyone take your seat." The remaining students who were still standing quickly found their seats before the teacher went on to introduce himself. "Good morning. My name is Shota Aizawa, and I'll be your homeroom teacher this year." Izuku couldn't help but notice the goggles around his collar and familiar demeanor. A light bulb went off in his head as he figured out who his teacher actually was. Keeping that to himself for now, he joined the rest of his class as they listened to the teacher going over his lessons for the year. In the midst of all the abridged details to what his school year was going to involve, Izuku took some time to familiarize himself with some of his new classmates. Noticing that some had mutation quirks, he tried guessing what their abilities could be. He was suddenly brought out of his thoughts by Mr. Aizawa saying, "Everyone grab one of these PE uniforms and meet me out on the practice field for your quirk assessment test." Some of the students grew worried by that because they were under the impression that they'll be attending orientation on their first day. But Aizawa quickly assured them that he'll be leading the class his own way. After getting changed, all of the kids met on the practice field and waited for their instructions from their teacher. Aizawa then passed what looked like a baseball to Izuku. Izuku caught the ball, then stared at it before Aizawa spoke. "Midoriya, you scored the highest at the entrance exam, so you're up first. What was your longest throw in middle school?" Izuku thought about his answer before responding. "The last time I checked, it was about 75 meters. Aizawa then replied to his answer with, "All right, let's see how far you can throw it while using your quirk." Izuku then stepped up to the pitching box, awaiting the go-ahead from the pro. Once he gave him the signal, Izuku charged up one for all to 25%. The power coursed throughout his body and green lightning started to form around him. He took a proper throwing stance before reaching his arm back. As his arm accelerated forward, his power arched and he yelled, "Smash!" There was a tremendous source of wind pressure created as the ball attempted to break the sound barrier. It took off to the sky like a rocket, taking the calm expression of Izuku's classmates with it, especially Bakugo. The blonde, being lost for words, inwardly said, "What the hell was that? When did he get a quirk? Was he lying to me this whole time?" The brunette girl who Izuku had saved was the first to speak aloud among the students. "I told you he was strong." Ida just sat back and agreed with his friend's statement. The raven-haired girl looked with squinted eyes and focused hard on the boy's features as if she was trying to figure something out. A few seconds later, Aizawa's handheld device had finally beeped, indicating that the ball had stopped moving. The teacher then flipped the screen around so everyone in the Class 1A could see. It read 903 meters. Someone in the back of the crowd whistled before saying, "That's some arm. Man, that looks like fun. I can't wait for my turn." After hearing that, Aizawa would go on to warn the class that whoever comes in last place during this test will be kicked out of the hero program. Almost everyone gasped at that news and grew worried of the pending results. It was clear that Izuku wasn't going anywhere due to him only coming in second place for 2 events. The side-to-side jump, who was won by Mineta, a short boy with purple balls on his head, and the ball throw record was broken by Uraraka when the ball entered outer space, resulting in an infinity as the score. All the students felt drained after pushing themselves to the limits, trying their best not to be kicked out. The tiredness easily disappeared and was replaced by anger when their teacher informed them that no one was being kicked out. He then went on to say that it was a ploy to get the class to try their hardest in order to see what they could do so far. Not knowing what to think of his tactics, the whole class mumbled to themselves simultaneously. "Geez, what a jerk." Once the sighs stopped and the commotion came to a cease after Aizawa activated his quirk, he told them to go get changed back into their uniforms before heading back to the classroom. Once the final bell rang for the day, Aizawa dismissed the class, and before Izuku grabbed his bag to head for the door, a red-haired boy walked over to his desk to introduce himself. "Hey man, I'm Ijiro Kirishima and your ball throw was super manly. What do you do for your workouts?" Before Izuku could respond, Kirishima was cut off by his pink-skinned classmate. "What's up, Midoriya? I'm Mina Ishido and you're like totally ripped. Mind sharing some tricks to getting strong like you?" With a great big smile to match her bubbly personality, she just gazed at the boy. Izuku smiled back and said, "It's nothing out of the normal. We could definitely get together in the future to train sometime if you would like." A bit of excitement came from Tsuyu Azui as she looked forward to getting to know her fellow green-haired classmate. Bakugo, still not sure of what to think about Izuku's feats during today's class, just scowled at him out of his peripheral vision. Not too long after that, the students all started to disperse, making their way home. Izuku walked at a slow pace as he mentally organized all the faces with the names of his new fellow classmates. As he exited the building, he saw another one of his peers chasing down her hat that was being carried by the wind. He activated his quirk and quickly dashed over to grab the hat before it could get any further away. The girl caught up to where the boy was and stopped right in front of him before speaking. "Thank you so much, I didn't think I was ever going to catch it." Izuku smiled, then handed her back her hat and spoke. "It's no problem at all, I'm glad I was nearby." The blue-haired girl waved and ran off in the other direction. Izuku just shrugged his shoulder before walking away. Just before he made it through the gates at the entrance, he heard a voice say, "I see you're still saving people every chance you get." The green-haired boy turned to see where the voice came from. When he saw who it was, he locked eyes with his raven-haired classmate, who he hadn't got a chance to officially meet yet. She walked up to Izuku with a smirk on her face before continuing her words. "I wasn't sure if it was you at first, but once I had heard Bakugo call you Deku back in class, my suspicions got stronger. But what really tipped me off was when I saw this." Izuku looked to see where she was pointing at and noticed her finger directly on the badge he kept on his collar at all times. A light bulb went off in his head and he thought back to where he got it from. The girl staring at his facial expression saw him finally put it all together. Izuku then looked back at the girl directly into her onyx eyes, and her image was replaced with the one of the young girl he saved all those years ago. His face lit up with a big grin before he said, "It's really you? You're the girl from the alley?" The girl just smiled and replied, "Yep. It's me. I honestly didn't know if you'd remember me. After you ran away that day, it dawned on me that I never told you my name. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, and thanks for saving me." "What was it, a yes, Izuku Midoriya?" She grinned at that last part but was then embraced with a hug. The hug lasted for just a few seconds, and he released her before he started to talk. "I'm sorry about how I left you back then, but I'm glad to see that you're okay. I tried looking you up afterwards, but I couldn't find anything about your identity in the news story." Momo just smiled, then said, "No worries, but I was curious about why you told me that your name was Deku?" Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly before replying, "Well, you see, I didn't want the incident getting back to my mother, and also it would have hindered my chances of getting into the hero program. Again, I'm sorry if my actions might have seemed insincere." Izuku bowed, hoping that Momo would accept his apology. She donned a menacing expression on her face, but then it quickly changed to a smirk. She then said in response to that, "I figured it out once I realized who you were today, so no biggie." She winked at him before walking off. As she walked away, Izuku kept his eyes focused on her as she headed in the direction of a stretch limousine parked in front of the school. The driver opened the door for the girl, but before she got in, she said one last thing to the boy. "I'll see you tomorrow, Deku." After that, she got into the limo before it pulled off. Izuku, still shocked that he finally reunited with the girl he saved years ago, didn't know what else to say, so he just waved in reply. The limo drove off, leaving the boy there to ponder over the exchange. Momo thought to herself as she headed home. Who would have guessed in my search for him that we'd both end up in the same school and at the same time, I'll finally have a chance to tell him everything. Momo sat in silence as her driver took her back to her family estate. Izuku, thinking about today's events as he made his way home, remembered that he has a stakeout to get to when he was done with all of his homework and training. He quickly made a dash towards the train station in order to ensure that he'll get home on time. Once everything was done and his mother fell asleep, Izuku made his way to the address he researched earlier that day. When he arrived to his destination, he found a perch on a one-story building's roof across the street from his target. He hid behind an AC duct to stay out of sight while watching over the building. After a few hours, he figured out just how boring stakeouts could be. He sucked it up and looked at it as practice for the future for when he becomes a pro. The next morning, it would take a little bit more of a push to get out of bed, seeing as though he didn't get as much sleep as he would like. After a cold shower and a quick bite to eat, Izuku would head off to school, so he wouldn't run the chance of being late. Once all of the normal classes were done for the day, it was time for the heroics portion of the curriculum, which is supposed to be led by someone other than Aizawa-sensei today. Not knowing who was teaching this lesson, the entire class speculated who it could possibly be. The next thing you know, the classroom door swung open, followed by All Might dashing into the room. Here I am, entering the room as a normal person. The rest of the class shouted All Might except for Shoto, Bakugo, and Izuku. Izuku, being used to All Might's entrances at this point, just smirked at his teacher. All Might then started filling the kids in on what they were going to be doing. Today we're going to be doing mock battles where teams of 2 will go head-to-head against each other. All of the students' eyes lit up in excitement when they heard that. They almost vibrated out of their seats at the chance to finally do something related to hero work. All Might then made his announcement once they settled down. You all are going to meet me on ground beta, but before you do that, you gotta dress the part. All Might then pushed a button on the wall, causing 20 cases which contained their hero costumes to emerge. The kids did as they were instructed and went to get changed into their costumes before meeting All Might at the testing grounds. Everyone's costumes are exactly the same except for Deku's. The color is more of a forest green with black patches and gloves. Instead of red tennis shoes, he has black reinforced boots made to look like the red, black, and white patent leather Jordans. Heat-resistant polymers with a Kevlar weave are lined inside the suit to help with any stress and added friction when he's moving at high speeds. All Might, staring with pride at his class, fawned over the future heroes in their costumes as they strut out to the practice field. Once everyone arrived, he started going over how things were going to play out. The teams were going to be paired up by letters, and whichever 2 letters were selected from the box would face off against one another. Just like in canon, Izuku was paired with Uraraka and Bakugo was paired with Ida. Their letters were picked to be in the first match. Izuku couldn't help but look over in the direction of his opponent. That's when he noticed the glare Bakugo was giving him. Bakugo then made a hand movement, pointing his thumb to one side of his neck, then sliding it over to the other side, insinuating that he was going to end Izuku's life. This didn't surprise the green-haired boy at all because he figured it would happen sooner or later. He then headed over to Achako to come up with a strategy for their match. While they were discussing, Ida made his way to Bakugo to plan as well. Once he tapped the blonde on his shoulder, Bakugo just shouted, "Follow me, you damn extra. We got a nerd to kill." Tenya, not comfortable with what was just said, he sighed and followed his foul-mouthed classmate into the building. Once the prep time was up for both teams to strategize, the hero team comprised of Izuku and Achako entered the building. After they made their way throughout the main hall, Achako spotted the back staircase that Izuku mentioned in their plan. She gave him an assuring nod, then took off towards the stairs as discussed. Izuku, seeing her sprint off, did his part by becoming a distraction for the walking stick of dynamite that will be heading his way soon. Izuku slowed down once he got to a corridor when things suddenly got too quiet. He felt a tingle in the back of his neck, giving him a sensation of danger being nearby. The next thing Izuku knew, he was darting out of the way of an incoming blast from his former friend, who just happened to be the villain he must stop to pass this test. Quickly rolling to the side and jumping back to get some distance, Izuku stood up to face his opponent. Bakugo then started to monologue as he approached the green-haired boy. "I don't know where this miraculous quirk came from, or maybe you had it this whole time, but you never used it. All I know is that now there's no running away this time, you damn nerd. There is no teachers here to stop me, so you can't just run or ignore what's about to happen to you." Just then Bakugo shot forward, preparing his famous right hook, when all of a sudden Deku had disappeared from his eyesight. He blinked, then saw that the green-haired boy had appeared right in front of him in a flash. Bakugo then felt Deku's fist impact his gut as he heard the boy say, "Detroit Smash." Deku, with 15% of 1 for all activated, landed a clean hit square in Bakugo's exposed solar plexus, sending him flying in the opposite direction. The explosion user landed on the ground coughing and wheezing, trying to catch his breath when he heard his foe speak. "Not that I owe you an explanation, but yes, I've always had a quirk. It was dangerous for me to use it as a kid because of its physical backlash, so I trained my body until I was strong enough to finally use it." Starting to stand, Bakugo looked directly at the boy as he spoke. "So, you're right, Bakugo, there is no more running. A hero is never supposed to let a villain get in their way or stop them from saving the day. You may not actually be a villain, but I'll be the one to stop you. You've wanted your rematch for so long now, here's your chance." Izuku then took a fighting stance while waving his opponent to bring it on. Hearing the words of his former friend infuriated the blonde, sending him into a rage after the boy. Izuku, knowing this would happen, took off at lightning speed, giving Bakugo a target to follow. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ida is listening to what sounds like a battle on the other end of his communicator attached to Bakugo. Remembering that he's also supposed to be guarding the fake bomb, started scanning the room for intruders. Achako, following the plan laid out by her partner, made her way upstairs to the room next door to where Ida is hiding out. Bouncing from wall to wall and making his way towards the stairs, Deku led Bakugo on a chase which led them to the top floor where everyone else conveniently was. Once Izuku made it to his intended floor, he stopped to see exactly where his pursuer was, but the blonde was nowhere in sight. He started walking slowly with his guard on high alert when the wall beside him exploded out of nowhere. The surprise blast stunned him, which allowed Bakugo to put him into a chokehold. The blonde started to speak. "You think just because you learned a couple of fancy moves that you're gonna beat me? How dare you look down on me like you're not the same worthless Deku you've always been." Bakugo then took his free hand and slammed it into Izuku's gut, causing the boy to lean over in pain. Bakugo then bellowed in excitement, "I told you, you damn nerd. You'll never." Bakugo's words were cut short when Izuku got from under the blonde while still holding onto his wrist. With one motion, he twisted the blonde boy's arm, restraining his movements before landing a powerful blow to his ribs. This hit caused Bakugo a lot of pain but didn't knock him out. Once he recovered, he turned around to swing but didn't see his target anywhere. This made him remember where they were both headed, and he blasted off back to his base. Izuku made it to the room where Ida was located just seconds before Bakugo came rocketing down the hall. Izuku's eyes slightly widened when he saw Bakugo's fingers on the pin of his gauntlet, ready to release one of his largest attacks. Seeing this, Izuku told Achako to brace herself for the incoming blast. Bakugo, with a hint of satisfaction, yelled out, "Die!" After pulling the pin, a large explosion that consumed the entire hallway went off. This truly concerned All Might and the other students in the monitor room. Not wanting to interfere on what could be a learning experience for his students, All Might held off on stopping the match right then and there. Back in the building, smoke and debris were scattered throughout the hall, leaving all the surrounding rooms exposed. Izuku, who was able to jump behind a load-bearing pillar, narrowly avoiding the full brunt of the blast. Seeing this as his opportunity, he took off running with Bakugo not too far behind him. Izuku made his way into the room where Ida was, only to find him standing in front of 4 identical piles of rubble which were hiding their target. Surprising Ida with his quick entrance, he ran for the pile of rubble nearest to him in hopes of distracting Ida while Uraraka got in place. When Izuku got closer to his target, he felt that tingling sensation he had earlier, which made him dodge an incoming explosion directed towards his back. Izuku then leaped to the side, landing on his hands, then he flipped forward over Ida's incoming low sweep kick. The villain duo both stopped and turned to face their foe before charging in his direction. Izuku then proceeded to run straight at the two with his fist aimed in an attack position. Ida yelled out, "Recipro burst." At the same time, Bakugo yelled along with his partner, "You're mine, DKU." Seeing that there was no way he could escape their combined attack, Ida and Bakugo both smiled in victory. What happened next caught them both off guard. Izuku then yelled out, "Uraraka now." The villain team, being distracted by all of Izuku's attempts to touch the bomb, made them totally forget about his partner. Izuku then went from using 15% of 1 for all to 30% in an instance, doubling his speed. This increase in speed got him next to Bakugo's left hand that was preparing a large explosion. Izuku kicked that hand into the path of where Ida was landing his attack before jumping out the way of the collision. Ida, who was preparing a right roundhouse kick, ended up landing his attack on Bakugo, who ended up hitting Ida with the blast meant for izuku. This action caused both boys to go flying in the opposite direction, nearly knocking each other out. Once Bakugo recovered from the accidental attack, he saw Deku just standing there with a smirk on his face and his arms crossed. Seeing this, of course, angered the blonde boy, causing him to fly off the handle yet again. Bakugo started charging in the green-haired boy's direction when he heard Izuku say, "Aren't you forgetting something?" The next thing you know, All Might's voice came over the loudspeaker saying, "The hero team wins." Bakugo stopped midway before getting to Izuku when he noticed that the green-haired boy was pointing to his left. Bakugo then saw Uraraka with one hand on the fake bomb while giving her partner a thumbs up with the other. The blonde's face got pale and he erupted in anger, yelling, "Damn it!" Izuku couldn't help but smile at the scene in front of him before telling his former friend, "I knew you would come after me. That's why I sent Uraraka ahead to hide and wait for the perfect opportunity to grab the bomb." Bakugo then started to pay attention to what the green-haired boy was telling him. "Getting you riled up would put the focus on me, which kept you distracted. Although I didn't expect the bomb to be hidden in a clever disguise like that. I knew making you both chase me would distract you long enough for her to find it, though." That statement pissed Bakugo off even more because he realized everything the boy was saying was true. He set up that diversion and I fell right into his trap. Ida finally coming to his senses caused the pair to break from their glares at one another and get back to the assignment. Everyone in the monitor room were filled with excitement and worry for their fellow classmates after what they just saw take place. Uraraka ran to Ida's side and made sure he was okay after taking that hit from Bakugo's explosion. Izuku joined her shortly after while Bakugo just walked off back towards the monitor room. A few minutes later, some medical robots arrived and carted off Ida to Recovery Girl. The hero team headed back to the monitor room for a quick debrief of their test results. Once the two made it back to the room, they were swarmed by the classmates who immediately praised and questioned the duo before All Might cut them off. Now, young heroes in training, calm down so we could discuss what happened." The students got quiet before All Might asked, "Now, who would you say is the MVP of this match?" Yaoyorozu was the first to raise her hand. All Might nodded, giving her the go-ahead. She then gave her answer. Midoriya would be the obvious choice in this round. He flawlessly used his opponent's weakness against him and accomplished his goal of providing an opportunity for his partner to secure their victory. If it wasn't for his warning, she might have been caught up in Bakugo's careless blast that could have brought the whole building down and even set off the bomb in the process. She waited to hear All Might's thoughts on her answer before Izuku interrupted. "Actually, I think Uraraka deserves it." Everyone in the room gasped before he went on. "I should have captured Bakugo before entering the room in order to prevent his explosions from possibly setting off the bomb. We all played a role in this test, but Uraraka's actions never put the bomb in danger of exploding. Next time, I'll make sure to do a better job in assessing the situation." The pro just sweat dropped as he couldn't come up with a better response than what his students came up with. All Might then spoke. "You're both right. Although everything went according to young Midoriya's plan, it isn't always going to work out that way. Remember that in the future, and there will always be unforeseen variables that could hinder any well-laid plan." The class was captivated by the hero's words and started clapping at the wisdom they just received. Kirishima then turned to Bakugo, who was currently sulking in the corner. "Hey man, are you okay? You'll win it next time for sure." The redhead just flashed a grin before Bakugo responded with an angry scowl while saying, "Shut up, stupid hair." Bakugo then walked off and Kirishima thought to himself, "But our hair is so similar." Kirishima then shrugged his shoulder before bringing his attention back to the monitor screen. While all this was happening, a certain heterochromatic teen had his eyes on the green-haired victor of this first match. He then thought to himself, "I don't think anyone else noticed his change in speed back there during the match. It was like he was holding back on purpose." The dual hair-colored boy then made a mental note to keep his eye on his green-haired classmate, seeing as though it looks like he'll have more than just a loudmouth blonde to contend with for the #1 slot in the class. Chapter 4. An Unexpected Encounter. The mock battles came to an end and most of the students are sore from their strenuous trials. When Izuku left out of the locker room from getting changed, he found Yaoyorozu waiting for him near the entrance. "Hey Midoriya, if you're not too busy, can we talk after school?" There's something important I'd like to discuss with you. Izuku, being caught off guard by this sudden meeting, just said, "Yeah, let's meet at the library when class is over." Momo nodded assuredly, then the two walked back to class. When the pair took their seats in the library, Izuku didn't know what this talk was going to be about, but he was curious of what she had to tell him. Yaoyorozu then smiled before she started speaking. "Midoriya, after you helped save me that day, my entire world changed. You see, my family and I were downtown that day because my dad was closing an important business deal. After leaving out of his office, I decided to look around. I was window shopping, but then I heard a loud crash come from behind me. Someone with a gun came running out of a jewelry store a few doors down as the police arrived. I was scared and my legs couldn't move, so I sat there frozen with no idea of what to do." Izuku started to notice that she was trembling a little bit as she recounted the details of that day. He then put his hand on hers before saying, "It's okay, Yaoyorozu, please go on." She looked up at the kind gesture, then smiled. She continued with her story. "The man with the gun started running in my direction when the police gave chase. My legs wouldn't move, and the next thing you know, he grabbed me, and I became his hostage. I was frightened beyond belief, and the police, seeing that the man wasn't afraid to hurt a kid, didn't want to make a move that might get me hurt. Just when I thought I was going to be taken away from my parents and be ransomed for money, I was suddenly shoved out of the way. I looked back towards the gunman, and there you were on his back, fighting him off and telling me to run. You looked like just another kid in the wrong place at the wrong time, but you saved me." Izuku, recounting that day's events, recalled how scared he was and thinking to himself what would have happened if he didn't move that day. Momo started talking again. "Not too long after you ran off, my parents showed up. My mom scooped me up into her arms and we both started crying while my dad talked with the police. My father did not want our family name being put out to the public due to this incident, so he set up a meeting with the chief of police to assure our anonymity. The next day, my dad hired a personal security guard to protect me at all times and instructed him to train me in self-defense. I told him that I didn't want to just be trained to defend myself. I want to learn how to defend others so that they won't end up like I did." My dad looked at me with a stunned facial expression because the next words out of my mouth was that I wanted to be a hero. My father smiled, then got on the phone to get a quirk specialist to help me train my quirk. I had never really thought about training my quirk like that before, but with my new goal in mind, I worked at it every day nonstop. I worked so hard that I was able to get into UA through recommendation and some influence from my family name, of course. I knew you would eventually end up in the hero program, so I figured once I was in UA, I could start tracking you down to thank you for inspiring me." Yaoyorozu then looked up to see her slack-jawed friend staring back at her. Izuku, not knowing what to say, thought about everything he just heard. She then said, "Are you okay?" This snapped Izuku out of his daze and he finally spoke. "Yes, I'm fine. I just didn't know how to respond to that, and to be honest, I would have never guessed that I inspired you to become a hero. This means so much to me. I've always wanted to inspire others like All Might did for me." Izuku then stuck his fist out towards Momo before saying, "Let's become inspiring heroes together." She just smiled and returned the fist bump. "Well, I see you're living up to your dream, Deku." The two both laughed at their words before gathering their things and started to head home. When Izuku finally got to his seat on the train, he remembered the piece of paper Momo handed to him as he left the school. It was her phone number written in green pen. He laughed at that, thinking to himself, who writes in green pen? He also remembered that there was a green button with a familiar shape he couldn't identify at the time on her bag. Not wanting to get too deep into his thoughts, he decided to focus on the training he had to do with All Might this evening. Later that night, All Might had secured a gym specialized for quirk training, and Midoriya was now standing in the center of all the training mats while blindfolded. Izuku didn't know what to think as he heard the clanging of machines being moved around and put in place. He then heard the sound of someone say, "Isn't this overkill?" which made the boy gulp. That was followed by the sound of someone leaving, then a door closed. The next words the boy heard came from All Might. "All right, young Midoriya. Now that we're alone, it's time we train your newest quirk." Izuku got into a defensive stance, expecting to be attacked, and readied himself. All Might then spoke again. "You said you felt like you could sense danger when it was nearby, and as you already know, that was one of the past predecessor's abilities. Let's see how good you're at controlling it." A projectile was then fired in the green-haired boy's direction, nearly striking him in the head, but he dodged out of the way at the last second. Good, now keep it up. We'll be doing this until it becomes natural to you like everything else we've done. All Might's words were echoed throughout the gym as the boy jumped and darted out of the way of incoming attacks from all angles. After about 10 minutes, All Might noticed that his pupil was getting the hang of things, dodging his targets with ease. So he cut on the rest of the machines to challenge his successor even further. After about an hour, Izuku laid out on the gym's floor gasping for air due to all of the dodging he was doing and not being able to use one for all. This made the exercise painful at first until he got familiar with his new quirk. Taking off his blindfold, he saw the skeletal form of his sensei Toshinori walking in his direction before sitting down next to him. All Might then handed him a sports drink before saying, "You did good, kid. With all of your growth, pretty soon you'll be even stronger than I was at your age." All Might then winced in pain as he leaned over to hug the boy. Izuku then said to All Might, "Are you okay? What happened to you?" All Might then grabbed his side before responding, "It's just my injury giving me its usual kick in the butt that it does from time to time. There's no need to worry, young Midoriya. I'll be okay once I get me some rest." Izuku, knowing that even heroes can put on a brave face, just nodded. Ever since All Might showed him his scars, he grew concerned for his failing health. Even though the pro hero he looked up to all his life told him that he was going to be fine, he started looking into his sensei's condition, trying to find a way to help him. Izuku would do deep dives on the internet, researching cures and quirks that could possibly help heal All Might from his injuries. He didn't come up with any tangible solutions, but there were some speculations of a cure through robotics. Izuku would then try to contact the scientists that published the articles. Even though not many would respond to him, the ones that did, he took notes on all of the information they were willing to share. After finishing up their session, Izuku remembered that he had something to do, so he rushed out of the gym, telling All Might that he would see him tomorrow. The next day, the green-haired boy yawned tirelessly from another stakeout, trying to hunt down the blonde girl he met some time ago. Hoping that this wasn't going to become a habit, he got ready for school. As he walked into the living room, he saw his mother doing push-ups while levitating the couches. Forgetting that she had taken up his habit for daily exercises, he just smiled as she stood up and showed off her muscles. "Mom, you keep that up and you'll be even stronger than me one day." Izuku confidently said those words until his body locked up and he lifted off of the ground. He was then turned upside down and flew over to his mother. He looked up to see her bending down to say something. "What makes you think that you were ever stronger than me, young man?" Izuku started sweating profusely at the terrifying sight of his mother's ominous smile. She kept him in place with just the flick of her wrist before she spoke again. "Now have you learned to mind your manners?" Izuku nodded yes, and she returned the boy to his feet before telling him to have a good day at school. Izuku then thought to himself, "Wow, I feel sorry for whoever pisses Mom off." Izuku shuddered at the thought of that person being him. He then left for school, looking forward to his next lesson in heroics. After Aizawa gave his remarks on the mock battles, he told the class that they had to select a class president to represent them. Ida was the first person to raise his hand once the announcement had been made. Aizawa cut him off before he could say a word. "I bet you're going to be asking, how do you want us to decide who will it be, right? Look at my face. Do I look like someone who cares about something so trivial?" Ida froze as he couldn't come up with a response to his teacher's words. Aizawa finished it by saying, "Just find a way to come to a decision on who's going to be the vice and class president without disturbing me while I take my nap, or else." The whole class gulped at his words, not wanting to know what he meant by that, so they hurriedly started discussing. Ida came up with the idea for anonymous voting of the person they would like to fill the role. After the tallying was done, the score was Midoriya, 5. Eirozu, 4. Ida, 3. Todoroki, 2. The rest were each individual votes for themselves. This of course pissed off a certain blonde, seeing as though he was beaten out by his former friend at something yet again. Ida started to congratulate his friend when he looked up to see Midoriya walking up to the front of the class. Once he got to the podium, he started to speak. "I appreciate everyone who voted for me and think that I could be a good class rep one day. But a good leader knows when someone else is better suited for the job. In my opinion, Yaoyorozu should be our rep." This caught Momo off guard, especially since she secretly did want the job and didn't see this happening. Midoriya then continued speaking. We need someone who already possessed the qualities of a great leader and not someone who's just learning them. With Ida at her side, we'll have the right people in the position to help lead our class and go beyond. The class all shouted at the same time. Plus ultra. Izuku then bowed and spoke again. I'll let our new class rep come up to say a few words with her new vice rep. Ida then looked over to Yaoyorozu before nodding, and they both made their way to the front of the class. Uraraka gave Izuku a thumbs up before he gave her one right back. Tokoyami then said only loud enough so that anyone nearby could hear. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. The raven-headed boy got some assured nods from his classmates before focusing on the two speakers making their announcement. Aizawa with one eye open stared over at his green-haired student thinking to himself. It's not often a first year would give up an opportunity like that. He knows his limitations and is patient. He thinks before making a move. Once he's properly trained, he'll make a great leader one day. I'll have to keep my eye on him, but for now I'm going back to sleep. In the cafeteria. As Yaoyorozu entered the section of Class 1A students, she noticed Midoriya sitting with a girl from Class 1B. She walked over to the pair, noticing that they were laughing and carrying on as if they were old friends. She cleared her throat to get their attention. Midoriya then looked up and spoke. "Hey Momo, would you like to join us?" Yaoyorozu nodded, then took a seat. Midoriya then said, "Hey Kendo, this is the girl I was telling you about." The orange-haired girl next to Izuku then stuck her hand out to Momo before saying, "Nice to meet you. I'm Itsuka Kendo class rep for 1B, and this green-haired knuckled-head's best friend." Momo, now having a better understanding of the situation in front of her, shook the girl's hand before she started eating. But before she took her first bite, she asked, "How did you two meet?" Izuku swallowed the food in his mouth before responding. "I've been training at her dad's gym since I was a kid, and we ended up becoming close friends because of it." Kendo replied, "Yeah, he used to be a scrawny runt before he got all these muscles, but my dad saw the determination in Izuku's eyes. He has the heart of a hero and he'll get into the top 10 ranking one day, but behind me of course." Kendo then punched Midoriya in the arm before getting back to her meal. A few moments later, a dark-haired girl came and took a seat at the table next to Kendo. She then spoke. "Hello everyone, I'm Yui Kodai." In a very monotone voice, then she started eating her lunch as well. Momo and Izuku then whispered to each other saying, "Who does she remind you of?" "I know, right? They're like two peas from the same emotionless pod. I wonder if they're related." Before the two could continue, Izuku felt that tingle in the back of his neck he gets when danger is nearby, and he stood up. The three girls looked at him, puzzled by his sudden actions. He then said aloud, "There's something going on." The next thing the students heard was an alarm going off, throwing the cafeteria into a panic. Using full cowl, Izuku zipped over to the window to see if he could spot what caused the alarm to sound. He saw that the press had somehow made their way through the gates onto the campus, which set the alarms off. Everyone started pushing and screaming when out of nowhere Ida came out the middle of the crowd, floating towards the exit. Once he got everyone's attention, he said, "Everyone calm down. We're supposed to be heroes and not panic in the face of danger." His words got everybody to stop their frantic movements and return to their seats. Later that day, Aizawa informed the class that they'll be going on a field trip for a rescue training simulation. The class all jumped out of their seats, excited at the news. Midoriya then looked down at his hands before making a fist, thinking to himself, "I just finished mastering 50% of one for all, but with my added quirks it's slowing down my progress. I have to figure out a way to train both at the same time." With him putting this much thought into anything, Izuku's concentration went into overdrive, causing him to mutter out loud before Uraraka said to the boy, "Earth to Midoriya." Izuku then snapped out of it before looking around. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly before saying, "I was doing it again, huh?" Everyone nodded their heads yes. They all laughed, then went back to what they were doing. After a 20-minute bus ride filled with questions about where the class was going, they arrived at the USJ, which is short for Unforeseen Simulation Joint, a practice arena used for rescue training by the school. Everyone exited off of the bus and entered the building only to be greeted by the Space Hero 13. Izuku's and Uraraka's eyes nearly popped out of their heads at the sight of the pro. After 13 described today's lesson, Midoriya got a sense of danger and ran over to the edge of the steps at the top of the entrance. Aizawa jogged after the boy to see what he was doing when he saw a large purple portal appear in the middle of the plaza. From it came dozens and dozens of villains all ready to attack. Izuku stared directly at the group of villains, then back at his teacher with concern on his face. Aizawa then put on his goggles before yelling out to the other pro. 13 watch over the kids. Now in full battle mode, Eraserhead leapt into action, quickly taking out the low-tier villains one by one. Izuku's danger sense went off yet again, which made him turn around to the sight of a tall man with a face made of clouds and yellow glowing eyes appearing out of thin air. The whole class then stood back and readied themselves, but then 13 jumped in front of them, activating her quirk black hole. The cap on her gloves flipped open and she started to suck up the mist villain. That's when Izuku noticed a portal started to form above the students. He activated his quirk in hopes of stopping the villain, but it was too late. Everyone except for Ida, Ashido, Sato, Shoji, Siro, Uraraka were warped away. 13 activated her quirk again, but the mist villain started opening another portal directly behind her. 13, knowing she had messed up, braced herself for the pain that was about to come when she saw a flash of green zip by her. Midoriya sprang forward and yelled out, "Delaware smash!" The force of wind pressure meant to blow the villain back got sucked into one of his warp gate, but it exposed something metal around the villain's neck. Noticing that, Izuku activated Black Whip, grabbing the man known as Kurogiri. He then lifted the man up and slammed him into the ground, knocking him out cold. After taking care of the villain, he ran towards the now downed gate, blocking their exit, and screamed out, "Detroit smash!" This attack opened up a hole big enough for everyone to escape. 13 then told Ida to run back to UA to let the other teachers know about the attack. Once Ida took off running out of the door, 13 told the rest of the students to stay put and wait for backup to arrive. But Midoriya had other plans. He took off running at full speed and 13 then yelled out, "What are you doing? Get back here, kid." Izuku responded, "I'll take whatever punishment I've got coming, but I can't leave them out there by themselves." Midoriya darted off in a flash. He was gone. 13 then ran over to the unconscious villain and tied him up. The water zone. Azui and Mineta were standing on the deck of a now sinking ship. Mineta was using his quirk to throw balls into the water in hopes of scaring the approaching villains. Once they were distracted, Tsu grabbed Mineta and leapt off of the boat, making an attempt to reach land. Once they were airborne, the villains spotted the teens and started aiming their weapons at them, when out of nowhere they heard someone yell out, "Smash!" A tremendous force of wind hit the water, causing it to cave in on itself, trapping the villains due to Mineta's balls keeping them bound together. Tsu looked up to Midoriya using a strange black object that looked like rope to grab them out of the air and bring them to safety. Mineta then said, "Midoriya, what was that? I didn't know you had two quirks?" Tsu then replied, "Ditto." Izuku just said to the pair of students, "We could talk about it later. For now, let's go rescue our other classmates." The three then took off running towards the nearest zone. Landslide zone. As they approached the steep terrain, they saw Todoroki running in their direction. Once he got close enough, he said, "Are you guys okay?" Everyone nodded. Then they shared intel on everything they've learned so far. Next thing they knew, there was a bright flash, and they could see lightning throughout the next zone. Midoriya then spoke. "That looked like Kaminari's quirk. Todoroki, follow me, and you two go back to meet up with 13. Tell her we're gathering the rest of the class and coming back to join you." Mineta and Tsu nodded in assurance, then took off running back towards the entrance with the others. The mountain zone. When Todoroki and Midoriya arrived, they found Kaminari shuffling by himself with a dumbfounded look on his face. He was surrounded by villains who were knocked out. Just then, one of the villains popped out of his hiding place, reaching for Kaminari. When Todoroki captured him in ice before he could make another move. Yaoyorozu and Jiro then came out of hiding when they saw what happened. Jiro then said, "Where did you guys come from?" Izuku started to fill them in on the details when he heard the battle nearby. He then said to Yaoyorozu, "Class rep, we need you to organize everyone and track down any remaining students and then make your way back to 13 Sensei. I'm going east and you guys head west." Everyone agreed, then took off, although Shoto internally did not like the idea of Midoriya giving him orders. He complied for now and followed the rest of the class. Before Midoriya took off, Yaoyorozu stopped him, then handed him a couple of small earbuds. She then said, "I'll keep you updated with the whereabouts of the other students, and Izuku, Don't get hurt." They both nodded before separating and running off in opposite directions. Ground Zero. Aizawa was fatigued and gasping for air, scrambling for a way to catch his breath. Reinforcements hadn't shown up yet, and he was overusing his quirk. A man with hands draped all over his body was trying to attack him from his blind side, but the pro was still too quick. Aizawa then dodged another attack before trying to land an elbow on the gray-haired man. But he blocked the attack, and then pain started radiating from his elbow. Eraserhead then kicked the man away and saw that the back of his arm looked like it was disintegrating. He then looked over to the gray-haired man, analyzing his hands, trying to figure out exactly what his quirk was. Just then a few more low-level thugs tried attacking him, but he was able to take them down with no problem. After knocking out the men, he looked to see who was left and noticed that the big black creature who stood by the fountain this entire time without moving was gone. The gray-haired man then spoke. "Eraserhead, man, you're so cool. No wonder you were able to take out all of my little cannon fodder. But I doubt you'll be able to erase the big boss's quirk." Just then the feeling of dread washed over Aizawa when he felt the presence of something dangerous looming behind him. In a flash, the creature had grabbed Aizawa by his head and picked him up, attempting to slam him into the ground when out of nowhere he heard Seattle smash. Izuku with lightning speed landed a quadruple hurricane kick on the black bird-faced creature, causing him to fly off back into the nearest obstruction. This freed the pro, then Midoriya grabbed his teacher and took him away from the danger. The gray-haired man then said, "I see the symbol of peace was too scared to join us today and decided to send children in his place." While the villain was saying that, Izuku started attending to his teacher's wounds before the pro exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing here, Midoriya?" Izuku then replied, "Eraserhead, listen." This got the pro's attention before his green-haired student spoke again. "The warp villain is down. The rest of the students were scattered throughout the USJ. I've sent a handful of them to find the rest of the uncounted for students and sent everyone else back to 13. Communications are still cut off, so we sent Ida to the school to get reinforcements." The two then stood up back to back, looking out for any nearby villains. Izuku then said, "Before you say it, I already know I'm going to be in trouble for this, so just tell me, what are your orders?" Aizawa then looked out the corner of his eyes, being surprised by his student's ability to adapt in this dire situation with little to no experience. The pro then said to the boy, "I've seen what you can do and you're tough, but you're just a first-year student. Go back and join the rest of the class." Midoriya then handed his teacher one of the earbuds given to him by Yaoyorozu before telling him to put it in his ear. Aizawa, sort of confused by this, did so and then heard a female voice say, "We found Tokoyami, Koda, and Ojiro." Another voice then came over the device. "I found Bakugo and Kirishima." The female voice replied, "Copy. I see Aoyama and Hagakure just ahead of us. So we're all accounted for except for Midoriya, who's with Mr. Aizawa. Everyone make their way back to the entrance to meet up with the rest of the class." Aizawa then looked at the boy again before speaking. "All right, you can watch my back until help arrives, but when I say run, you do it. You got it?" Midoriya then said, "Yes, sir." The Nomu then started to recover and got out of the rubble that fell on top of him after he hit the wall. Shigaraki then spoke. Nomu snapped the green-haired one in half. "I'm tired of looking at his plain face." The tall black creature then darted towards Midoriya. He activated One for All at 35% and narrowly dodged the creature's attack. Eraserhead then said, "I erased his quirk, and he still was able to move that fast. Something is wrong here." Shigaraki then started saying something to Eraserhead. "Let me guess, you tried using your quirk on him, but I doubt you could erase multiple quirks all at once." Aizawa then said to himself, "So that's why it didn't work, but how does this thing have multiple quirks?" While he was distracted, the gray-haired man tried sneaking up on him, but at the last second he dodged out of the way from the swipe of Shigaraki's hand and kicked him away. The pro then looked back to see his student dodging every attack from the bird-faced creature with grace and style. Izuku, putting his training to work along with his mastery of One for All, landed counterattacks on the creature every time he attempted to hit the boy. Then suddenly the Nomu disappeared and got behind the boy. Izuku dodged but was still attacked due to the monster's increase in speed. He was able to block the attack, but it still hurt, nonetheless. After landing on his feet and gathering his bearings, he looked back at the creature with a stern demeanor. thinking to himself. So, this is what they were going to use to kill Toshinori-sensei. He's just as fast as him and probably just as strong. Guess that means I have to go all out until backup arrives. I haven't mastered this much power, but it'll have to do. Midoriya started powering up one for all, pushing its output to 60%, just a little over his current threshold. The ground started to quake around him while the adults there looked at him in awe. Midoriya then took off, leaving cracks in the ground as he leapt forward. Aizawa looked around for his student, only to finally notice where he was when he heard the collision of Midoriya's foot making contact with the Nomu's face. The shock wave came and pushed back everyone from the two combatants. The Nomu absorbed the blow, then swung but hit nothing. Izuku then unleashed an onslaught of punches and jabs with phenomenal speed, dazzling his teacher while frightening the villain. Shigaraki then said to himself, "Who is this brat? And how is he fighting off my Nomu?" Shigaraki's thoughts were cut off when the creature flew directly into him, sending them both crashing into the fountain, causing water to spray everywhere. Now panting and breathing hard, Midoriya stood there waiting to see if the creature was going to get up. Aizawa then hurried over to the side of his student. A second later, they both heard an incoming message from their comms device. Once the message was over, they looked at each other, knowing what to do. Shigaraki then stood up, coughing out blood from his injuries before yelling out, "Nomu! I don't care about All Might anymore. Kill them all and bring Kurogiri to me." The bird-faced creature then stood up out of the water with bruises all over his body, a broken beak and teeth missing. He then started to regenerate before running at high speeds towards the green-haired boy. Midoriya then closed his eyes, remembering the feeling he had when he was training with All Might. When the Nomu got close, he jumped into the air, dodging the creature's attack and countering it with another kick to its head. This sent the Nomu flying into the steps, but he quickly recovered and ran back to his target. When he got close enough, Eraserhead used his capture scarf to bind the creature's feet, causing him to hit the ground hard. When the Nomu tried picking itself back up, two large black tendrils wrapped around his body. This combined attack kept the monster at bay for the moment. The teacher and student stood beside each other, trying their best to hold him in place and not let him escape. The creature started making headway on freeing himself before Shigaraki said to the heroes, "You really think that's going to stop Nomu?" The gray-haired man then started laughing out loud until he looked back up to the two people standing across from him, smirking. Eraserhead then spoke. "We were never trying to capture him." Midoriya then said, "We were just distracting you until he arrived." The two then released their restraints and jumped out of the way as the number one hero came barreling down the steps at great speeds towards the bird-faced creature. With a mighty roar, he shouted, "Detroit Smash!" All Might's fist made contact with the foe's face, sending it flying toward the exterior of the USJ, causing the creature to fly through several trees, dirt mounds, and other obstructions. Eraserhead then yelled out, "All Might, that creature has multiple quirks: shock absorption, super strength, speed, and regeneration." All Might then just replied with a thumbs up, giving them the go-ahead to dispatch. The rest of the pro heroes entered the building and started capturing the other villains, putting them under arrest. All Might then saw the Nomu charging back towards him at full force. Knowing that he wouldn't have much more time in his hero form, he went all out. All Might then charged up his quirk, causing an immense pressure and shock waves to pulse from where he stood. He then took off, leaping at the Nomu. Their fists clashed, but All Might's won the struggle. The two exchanged blows until All Might hit him with a devastating haymaker. This sent Nomu flying back, but before it touched the ground, All Might then followed that up with a drop kick to the creature's chest, sending the Nomu crashing to the ground yet again. The creature leapt into the air, only to be met by All Might double axe handing it back to the ground. The creature hit the ground hard and at such remarkable speed, bouncing off of it as a result. All Might then rocketed back to the ground right below the creature's floating body before saying, "I'll show you what it means to go plus ultra." All Might then combined the powers of one for all that was inside of him, pushing it to its max, and then yelled, "This is for messing with the future of hero society." All Might's fist then landed into the gut of the Nomu as he yelled out, "Smash!" The impact from the blow shook the entire USJ along with the surrounding area outside of its grounds. Cementos, Present Mike, and Snipe all stood there in shock and awe at the display of power All Might had just shown. Outside the USJ, as all of the students were being checked out and cleared from needing medical attention, they all felt the ground shake. Everyone heard what sounded like an explosion when the creature who was fighting All Might came rocketing from out of the building. It soared so high that everyone lost sight of it as it flew into the air. Zero then said out loud, "That must have been All Might." Everyone just shook their head in silence as they agreed with the boy's statement. Midoriya just smiled before saying to himself, "All Might is the best." His smile then faded as he heard 13 and Aizawa both started to scream at him for disobeying their orders and jumping into the fight. Thinking to himself, "I hope I get an invisibility quirk next so I can avoid scoldings like this one." Chapter 5, UA Sports Festival. Inside the USJ, Shigaraki is trying his best to stay standing due to his injuries from the Nomu slamming into him. He couldn't help but watch as All Might beat down his creature, then sent him out of the building with a devastating attack. He was furious and in pain, thinking that he might just get caught. That's when Kurogiri appeared next to him holding his side. The mist villain then said, "Tamura, we must escape while the heroes are distracted." Shigaraki looked at All Might menacingly while the portal swallowed him up and took the two away. Back at the entrance, Principal Nizu is giving out orders to the heroes as they storm the USJ. Priority 1 is securing the safety of our students. Then we arrest every single one of these villains. We need to figure out how they found out about this location. 13 then replied to that by saying, "Children follow Midnight outside to safety. Ectoplasm, I have one tied up over here." When 13 looked to where Kurogiri had been, there was nothing left but a pile of ropes. Back at the bus, the students were all talking at once and a lot of them were detailing what happened after they got warped away. Oyama, as usual, said something weird and vague, while Mina and Toru cried out because of how frightened they were. Todoroki, with his same emotionless face, just said, "The villains were a joke compared to that thing All Might fought." He then looked out the corner of his eye to his green-haired classmate, currently surrounded by Uraraka, Ida, Sue, and Doyorozu. Uraraka cut off everyone else's words when she loudly said, "Deku, what was that thing you used on the warping guy?" Ida interjected, "I was actually curious about that myself. I remember seeing you use it during the entrance exam." Sue nodded, then said, "Right, you used it to save my Netta and me ribbit." Doyorozu stood there confused, seeing as though she never saw what everyone was describing. So she asked, "What happened when you went to help? Did you fight that creature All Might defeated?" Feeling a little overwhelmed, Izuku thought to himself, "I wonder if this is what I sound like when I start muttering?" Izuku whistled loudly, which got everyone's attention in order to answer their questions. "Time out, guys. It's hard to keep up with everybody talking at once." This silenced the other teens before Izuku went on to explain. "The thing I used is called Black Whip. With my quirk, I can manipulate my energy into different forms." Izuku then stuck his fist up and a small black object the size of a jump rope came out of his hand. The students looked in awe at the sight and Midoriya continued answering the questions. "When I found Aizawa-sensei, that creature had him by the head. I ran in to save him and kicked the creature away. After that, I told him everything that he missed since he entered the fight. We used the earbuds you created to coordinate our moves and created an opening for All Might when he arrived." Ida responded first. "It was a brave thing wanting to save our classmates, but next time you should listen to our teachers. We are just first years after all." Sue replied, "Yeah, but if he didn't act, we all probably wouldn't be here." Midoriya, after hearing their words, just said, "I know, but if there's something I can do about someone in danger." He looked up to meet eyes with everyone listening. "I'll always help in any way I can. Isn't that why we're here, to become heroes?" The other students just stared at the boy as his words hit home for them. Orozu had a flashback to that day Izuku saved her and then thought to herself, "So that's what drives him to jump headfirst into danger. He's something else." All of the students then heard the voice of 13 instructing them to get on the bus. Once everyone was cleared medically and their statements were gathered, the kids headed back to the campus. Later that night, Izuku had to pull the phone away from his ear as his best friend screamed out on the other end. "What happened? Are you okay? I heard you guys were attacked by villains." Midoriya then replied, Itsuka, calm down, everyone is fine. Minus some scrapes and bruises, no one got hurt besides the villains. The girl let out a sigh of relief before saying, well, give me some details. I want to know what it was like to face actual villains. Midoriya chuckled before he said, let's just say you owe me 1,200 yen. Kendo paused, then gasped, figuring out what her friend meant by that. Then she exclaimed, you actually did it? A hurricane kick just like Ken from Street Fighter. 2 days later, after the USJ incident, Mr. Aizawa made an announcement that the sports festival will be held in 2 weeks. Some of the students voiced their concerns about having such a public event right after villains attacked their school, but he explained to them that UA needs to show the world that we're not easily shaken. This made Izuku remember about his meeting with All Might after school, while the rest of class expressed excitement about having the chance to display their talents in front of a live audience. The following day, at the end of class, Hiraraka screeched at the sight of a large crowd of students standing outside of their classroom. Bakugo, irritated at the scene in front of him, walked towards the door and spoke. Get out of my way, you zeros. The crowd started opening up and the students started stepping out of the way until a purple-haired teen with bags under his eyes stood in the blonde's way. He then spoke. I guess it's true. Everyone in the hero course are all assholes. Bakugo just glared at the boy, staring him down before responding. The last thing the hero course needs is another weakling like you in it. It's bad enough with all of these extras. Bakugo then walked off without saying another word. Kirishima just said to himself, that was super manly and insulting at the same time. A gray-haired boy with shark-like teeth then stepped up from the back of the crowd while saying, I'm Tetsu from Class 1B, and just because you guys fought some villains doesn't make you better than us. Come on, I'll prove it to you right now. Class 1A just looked at all of the animosity that was stirring up in front of them. Suddenly Midoriya made his way to the door while saying, wasn't it George Eliot that said, don't judge a book by its cover? This got everyone's attention before he continued. It wasn't like villains nearly killing us was on the lesson plan. We did what heroes are supposed to do and stopped them the best we could. His words making perfect sense to all of the teens, making them reconsider their first impression of the situation. As Midoriya walked past the purple-haired boy, he said, just because you found one bad apple doesn't mean you give up on the whole tree. I hope next time we meet it's under better circumstances, but anyways, you guys have a nice day. Midoriya walked off, stunning the rest of the students who weren't familiar with his altruistic nature. As he kept walking, the purple-haired boy screamed out, I'll see you in the sports festival. You all better bring your A game or I'll be taking your slot in the hero course. Without turning around, Izuku just gave him a thumbs up and just kept walking. The rest of Class 1A followed the boy and made their way down the hall. When Midoriya left the campus to make his way to the train station, he walked past Bakugo leaning on a tree. Bakugo then spoke. DKU. Midoriya just kept walking before Bakugo spoke again. DKU, you damn nerd, don't ignore me. Not fazed by the blonde's harsh words, the boy continued his amble until he heard his former friend say, Midoriya. This stopped him dead in his tracks and made him turn around. That's when he saw Bakugo walking up on him slowly while saying, I won't lose to you again. Just because you fought beside our teacher doesn't make you hot shit. I'll win the sports festival by crushing you, proving once and for all that you're nothing compared to me. For the first time since the mock battle, Midoriya spoke to Bakugo. He replied by saying, if that's the case, then prove it. This made Katsuki raise an eyebrow of curiosity. The green-haired boy turned around and started walking while saying, I plan on making it to the finals. If you make it there, we'll see who's the best. Oh, and Bakugo, no excuses this time. Midoriya turned the corner and left the blonde boy's sight, infuriated by the words of his former friend. He took off after him, but when he made it to the corner, the boy was gone. Bakugo then said through gritted teeth, how dare you? I'll make it to the finals, and when I do, I'll beat you so bad that you'll wish you never got into UA. I promise you that. His words dripped with venom and his blood pumped with fury, fueling the rivalry that had been going on for the past 5 years. A week later, Midoriya found himself pulling a tractor-trailer truck on All Might's private field in preparation for the sports festival. The exhausted boy struggled under the weight of the large vehicle currently tethered to his back. a task that became more stressful as All Might barked orders through a megaphone. "Come on. Keep it up, young Midoriya, just 50 more feet," the boy said under his breath. "Yeah, that's easy for you to say. You're riding in a golf cart and I'm pulling a freaking truck filled with broken down cars," All Might then said. "I didn't quite catch that, young man," Izuku responded. "Nothing, sir." It took 30 more agonizing minutes before the task was complete. The boy dropped to the ground and nearly fainted from the workout. All Might walked over to him then said, "You have 10 minutes to catch your breath, then you got some running to do." By running, he meant 500 laps around the track that ended with the boy collapsing from it as a result. The pro put the boy through the ringer, preparing him for the sports festival, but the results were worth it. The Yaoyorozu estate. Momo is taking on her judo instructor. He landed a solid blow on the teen, but she used his momentum to flip her teacher onto his back. He then tapped out, seeing as though this was the 5th time it happened in the last 15 minutes. Yaoyorozu then removed her helmet and mouth guard before saying, "I hope I didn't hurt you. I've really been practicing, and I can't wait to shut up a certain green-haired know-it-all jerk." That made her teacher chuckle before he responded, "Well, if this pain is any indication of what they have coming, I feel sorry for whoever it is." Yaoyorozu then helped her sensei to his feet, then the two both bowed to each other. As the teacher left, she recalled the memory of her last conversation with Midoriya. Flashback to a week ago. "Hey Izuku, do you want to train with me for the sports festival?" Midoriya scratched the back of his head before saying, "I actually have a lot of extra training to do myself, but maybe we could get together this weekend to train." Yaoyorozu replied, "Okay, sounds like a plan. So what type of training are you going to be doing?" Midoriya spoke without considering how he phrased his answer. "Some extreme weightlifting along with some non-traditional sparring. It's the kind of stuff you need a little bit more muscles to do." Yaoyorozu stopped walking and then balled up her fist. This caught the boy off guard, not knowing why this upset her. The raven-haired girl, offended by his words, just said, "So, you think I'm not strong enough to keep up with you or something?" Midoriya, knowing that he said the wrong thing, tried to fix the situation. No, that's not what I meant at all." But before he could explain what he meant to Yaoyorozu, she stormed off while muttering to herself, "Stupid jerk, I'll show you." The boy was left there not knowing what else to do. He just pondered on a way to fix his mistake. In times like this, when he couldn't come up with the right answer, he went to his mother to seek some advice on how to best handle the situation. After discussing things out with Inko, he thought it would be best to talk to Momo after the sports festival when everyone's tensions are much lower. Another week went by, and the day has come. All the students from Class 1A had put themselves through some intense training. Knowing that one of their classmates had taken on a creature that was supposed to kill All Might, they did not want to get outshined again. Once Yaoyorozu and Ida finished giving the class instructions on today's procedures, everyone waited idly by for the event to start. Todoroki then called Midoriya out in front of the whole class. "Midoriya." Izuku turned to his classmate to see what he wanted. Todoroki then said, "Objectively, you appear to be the strongest in our class, and I think that's why everyone seems to follow you." Midoriya raised an eyebrow, then crossed his arm in a defensive manner before the boy went on. "Nevertheless, that won't stop me from defeating you. I don't care how much you've been holding back, I'll still win if it comes down to you and me." Todoroki then turned around and started walking away before Midoriya spoke. "I'm not sure what about me pisses you off, but you got another thing coming if you think I'm going to back down." Midoriya then unfolded his arms and walked towards Todoroki before he said, "And I'm not the only person you should be worrying about. Our class is filled with competition, so you'd be a fool to underestimate any one of them." The two then glared at each other, only breaking eye contact when Todoroki exited the room. Bakugo standing to the side, taking note of everything that was just said. The rest of the class just nodded as Midoriya turned around and gave everyone a thumbs up. As Class 1A entered the arena, the sun nearly blinded them from its rays, the effect which was drowned out by the roar of the crowd watching the competitors walk onto the field. Midnight started introducing the rest of the classes who will be taking part in today's competition. While looking at all of the students walk by, Izuku started taking notes as he saw a few quirks he'd never seen before. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard Midnight shout, And for today's opening ceremony speech, we have Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired boy put his journal away and walked over to the stage. Once he got up there next to Midnight, some nervousness washed over him until he looked and saw All Might giving him an assuring nod. He started talking as he looked over the crowd. I'm honored to be competing with such a prestigious group today. As I look at all of my peers, I would like for you to do one thing. Close your eyes and imagine the best version of you possible, because that's who you really are. Let go of any part of you that doesn't believe that. I'm only here because someone believed in my dream of becoming a hero. This is something I believe we all have in common. So, I want to wish everyone good luck, and let's all go beyond plus ultra. Everyone in the stadium stood and applauded at the boy's words. As Midoriya walked back to be with his class, people thanked him for his kind words and wished him luck as well. Bakugo of course scoffed at the greenhead's words as he got prepared for the first event. That's when Midnight spun the wheel and it landed on obstacle race. Once the rules were explained, Midoriya started stretching after removing his wrist and ankle weights, something that All Might had the support course make up for him. Feeling like he just put down a car, Izuku breathed in exhilaration from dropping all that weight. Suddenly he heard his best friend say, "Are you ready to lose to me today?" Midoriya looked over to see Kendo stretching directly behind him. He stood up from his pose then said, "Sure, but I didn't realize hell froze over. I really got to make sure I watch the news before I leave the house in the morning." Kendo then took on a more serious facial expression before she replied, "Oh, is that right? Well, I guess we'll see which class makes it to the finals then." Kendo walked off, leaving Midoriya there to ponder her words. He then spotted Yaoyorozu getting ready for the race. He wanted to go say something to her, but he figured it'll be best to stick to his original plan. Everyone then lined up as the announcers started the countdown. 10, 9, 7, 6. Uraraka, standing next to Midoriya, said, "Good luck." He then said it right back before Midnight screamed out, "Go." All the participants rushed to the tunnel at the same time, squishing each other in the process. That's when a streak of green light flew over the other students in a flash, clearing the tunnel. Everyone in the tunnel was too busy fighting to hear the announcement that was just made. Todoroki seized this opportunity to take out his competition by releasing his ice and freezing the other students in the tunnel. He ran through the other end of the tunnel thinking he had stopped everyone before he heard, "Not so fast, icy hot." Bakugo, along with Yaoyorozu, Mineta, Shiro, and Tokoyami, came springing out the tunnel behind him. Already expecting this tactic, Class 1A prepared for this just in case it happened. Once a hole opened in the tunnel, students who weren't still frozen started making their way to the next section of the course. That's when the robots showed up, ruining any chance of things getting better for the heroes in training. General study students were having trouble with the mechanical obstruction while the hero course started laying waste to the machines. That was until the zero-pointers showed up. Todoroki saw the giant robots and arrogantly smiled as he froze them in their tracks. Once clear to move, he ran between their legs to get to the next obstacle. The other students noticed there was a path to use, but shortly after realized he only froze the robot to help himself. The once leaning and now falling tower of metal came crashing down on some of the participants. Luckily, it was Kirishima and Tetsu who possessed quirks that allowed them to withstand the falling debris. Not feeling bad about someone possibly getting hurt, Todoroki continued to the next area while avoiding pieces of a zero-pointer in his path. His run came to a halt when he stood before a chasm filled with pillars made out of rock and all connected by rope. This gave other students like Tsu and Ida a chance to catch up, seeing as though Todoroki couldn't fly or jump for long distances. Once Bakugo caught up, he used his quirk to propel himself over the wide gaps and land on each pillar, bringing him one step closer to Todoroki. A girl with pink dreadlocks came flying over Tsu as she slung through the chasm thanks to her self-propelling rope and Hoover boots. When Todoroki made it to the last obstacle, he saw the sign that read, "Landmines ahead," so he had to take his time crossing the field. When the rest of the other students caught up, they started rushing to cross the field, but some started setting off the mines. After witnessing what happened, students with sensory quirks used their abilities to avoid the mines. Todoroki was still in the lead and taking his time until he heard his loudmouth classmate approach. Bakugo blasted over to Todoroki then said, "You challenged the wrong guy, icy hot." Bakugo then shot past Todoroki, taking first place. Seeing this caused Todoroki to create a path made of ice and took off after Bakugo. Not caring that this might help the other students, he caught up to the blonde and they started tussling with one another trying to take the other out. Once the rest of the students started closing in on the pair, Todoroki used his ice to set off a mine in front of Bakugo's path. The explosion went off, covering the boys in a cloud of pink smoke. From the cloud, Todoroki came sprinting out of it, heading down the last stretch. A few seconds later, Bakugo came shooting out of the smoke directly behind Todoroki. But when Todoroki entered the last tunnel, he put up a wall of ice in order to slow Bakugo down. It didn't take long for the explosion user to make light work of the ice, but it caused him to enter the arena about 10 seconds slower than Todoroki. Once he crossed the finish line, he heard Present Mike call out, "Bakugo takes third place." This distraction made him run into the back of Todoroki, who was puzzled by the news that he came in second place. The pair looked at each other before noticing their green-haired rival leaning on the stage while yawning. They then heard him say, "You guys gave it your all back there. I'm glad to see your training came in handy, although it looks like you could use more practice." He walked off, leaving the two boys speechless. Todoroki then spoke. "But when did he get in front of us?" Present Mike then said, "Here's another look at how our first-place winner obliterated the obstacle course." As the rest of the students came pouring back into the stadium, a video recant of the race started playing. It showed the crowd of students sandwiching themselves into the tunnel, but when everyone started forcing their way into the cramped space, that's when the video slowed down, and a green streak was shown zipping over the other students. That green streak then exited the tunnel a split second later, revealing itself to be Izuku Midoriya. Once he cleared the tunnel, he smashed through the oncoming three-pointers effortlessly. After that, he came upon a zero-pointer and then leapt into the air, punching straight through its chest. A few seconds later, he came shooting out of its back and landed on the ground before taking off running again. When he started running, the zero-pointer blew up into pieces, scattering its parts all over the path. The camera then switches to the second obstacle of the race, where Midoriya easily jumped from pillar to pillar, clearing the chasm in less than a minute. When he finally made it to the minefield, the greenhead stopped to assess the situation. You could then see the green-haired boy close his eyes and start hopping into the field, steadily avoiding the mines. He made clear and precise jumps, making sure he never landed on one of the explosives until he got to the end. Once there, he leapt over the last section, clearing the field, and ran into the tunnel, securing his first-place victory. Todoroki then said to himself, "When I was dealing with the zero-pointer, Present Mike had made the announcement that Midoriya won, but no one could hear due to all of the fighting going on." Bakugo started to foam at the mouth with anger, thinking to himself, "I never even saw him get past me. Damn it, he beat me again." He then let off an explosion which scared any nearby students that were trying to catch their breath. Once the last participant returned to the stadium, Midnight went over the details for the next round. Like in canon, Ojiro and Shota dropped out and were replaced by Shiozaki and Tetsu. After Midoriya got turned down by Ida, who joined Todoroki's team, he saw that Yaoyorozu had also decided to team up with the half-hot, half-cold student. Judging from the look she was giving, Izuku took this as a sign that she was still mad, but he didn't let that stop him from moving forward. He then heard an unfamiliar voice say, "Hey, you in first place. Team up with me, and I'll let you use all of my cute babies." Midoriya, not knowing what she meant by that, then saw her pull out a case filled with her support items. She then introduced herself. "I'm Mei Hatsum, soon to be the greatest inventor in the world." She then displayed all types of different useful equipment, but what caught his eye was her jetpack. Hatsum then said, "Oh, I see you got your eye on my jetpack, baby." Izuku then said as he thoroughly examined the device, "Yes, it reminds me of the one Airjet has. Have you thought about replacing the copper wires with poly-coated aluminum ones? That would reduce the chance of overheating and bring your cost down." He then put the jetpack back in the case before saying, "Your inventions are amazing, and I'm looking forward to seeing you become the greatest inventor one day." This made Hatsum pause, then lift her goggles up to stare at the boy. Izuku stared back and noticed the crosshairs in her eyes, figuring that it was a part of her quirk. Uraraka then spoke. "Hey, are you okay?" Hatsum then shook herself out of her trance before asking the green-haired boy, "What is your name again?" Midoriya then replied, "I'm sorry about that, I'm Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A. Hatsum then repeated. Izuku Midoriya, for now on I'll be your sole support item provider. Let's show the world my babies together. Midoriya just scratched the back of his head before saying, Sure, why not? Uraraka then said to herself, I wonder if they even realize that I'm still here. Once all that was settled, Midoriya then thought about who could replace Ida as their horse for the cavalry battle. He then saw the perfect person for the job and made his way towards them. While that was going on, Kendo was giving her team a pep talk when she overheard a purple-haired boy talking to some other students like they were animals. Not wanting to let that distract her, she decided to address it later. Bakugo was telling his team over and over again. No matter what happens, we're going to kill Deku and take his 10 million points. Then we're going to kill him again and again. Kirishima then replied to his partner's rants. Aren't you going a little too far with this? Bakugo gave the redhead a death glare, which made Kirishima say, Maybe we could kill him a little bit, I guess. With everyone saddled up and ready for the battle, most of the competitors had their eye on the first-place winner. With his team finally complete, Izuku sat upon the back of Tokoyami with Hatsum and Uraraka on his sides. As Midnight prepared to wave the starting flag, Midoriya spoke to his team. Remember the plan, everyone, and we should come out on top. Everyone nodded, then braced themselves right before Midnight announced. Let the cavalry battle begin. Immediately when the battle began, Tokoyami released Dark Shadow. The creature then dug its claw into the ground behind the group. This created a brace for what Midoriya had planned. Once Dark Shadow said ready, Izuku powered up one for all to 35%. As all the approaching teams got within range, he fired off his attack. Detroit Smash. This caused Todoroki to defend his team with a wall of ice. Bakugo had Kirishima anchor himself to the ground while Zero used tape to reinforce the four. For the rest of the teams, they struggled to stay on their feet as the air pressure from the attack hit them like a truck. A large dust cloud was formed and everyone watching the battle couldn't see a thing. A few minutes later, Team Midoriya came flying out of the dust cloud floating above the other students. Next thing everyone saw is what looked like an explosion go off, dispersing the huge cloud that covered the field. Once all of the other teams that were still on the ground could finally see, 5 teams had realized that their headbands had been stolen. Team Todoroki, still having their points, looked up to see Team Midoriya floating above everyone else. Seeing this as their chance, the Class 1B students started making their move. Nido Minoma, the copy quirk user, decided to take the points off of Team Bakugo. He would later learn that this was a mistake. As Team Bakugo took off to get their points back, Team Midoriya started descending back to the ground. Right before landing, Izuku's danger sense went off and called for Tokoyami to defend the attack coming from Jiro. Midoriya then told his classmate, You gotta be quicker than that. Team Midoriya then saw a set of flying horns heading in their direction. Midoriya stuck out both of his hands, preparing to flick his fingers. He then released a Delaware Smash, sending the horns crashing into the ground, negating the attack. Once the coast was clear, they took off running. As they tried to blast off again, a projectile came out of nowhere and hit the jetpack. Once Midoriya noticed 2 more projectiles were fired at them, this time hitting the Hoover boots, clipping their metaphorical wings. Spotting where the shots were coming from, they saw Team Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari with slingshots in their hands. Todoroki then created a wall of ice around the 2 teams and cut them off from the rest of the players. Todoroki then spoke. I hope you had fun being in first place for a little while, but I'll be taking that headband now. Midoriya then smiled before saying, Is that right? Well, I guess you're in for a disappointment. Team Midoriya then got ready for the battle to keep their points. Izuku started analyzing his opponents to come up with a strategy. Realizing that if it comes down to who's faster, Tokoyami definitely couldn't outrun Ida, which left him with no choice but to keep the other teams at bay until time was up. Ida then took off in their direction, following Todoroki's orders. In response, Izuku fired off a Delaware Smash, pushing Ida back and nearly knocking Yaoyorozu off as a result. Tokoyami took off running, trying to get to the other side, when Team Bakugo came blasting through a section in the wall of ice. Now Team Midoriya was in a 3-way standoff with the 2 people who wanted to beat him the most. With his back against the wall and 1 minute left, it looked like they had no choice but to fight. Bakugo then said, I finally found you, DKU. Todoroki then spoke. You'll have to wait in line, Bakugo, cause those points are coming with me. Midoriya then said, "I'll just wait outside while you guys work this out." Midoriya then punched the wall of ice behind him, shattering it into pieces, and this created a snowy mist that disguised their getaway. As they made their way through the mist, the team felt safe, seeing as though the time was almost up when Team Todoroki came whizzing by them at breakneck speeds, snatching Team Midoriya's headband in the process. With a look of shock and confusion, Midoriya asked, "What was that?" Ida then replied to the boy, "I told you, Midoriya, that I had something special for you in this competition. My trump card is what secured our victory today." Todoroki, even surprised by Ida's speed, took a few moments to gather his thoughts before raising his hand in victory and saying, "I told you, Midoriya, that these points were coming with me." Team Bakugo, following Team Todoroki, came shooting out of the same hole. Bakugo then screamed out, "Who's got the points?" That's when a whistle blew, signaling that the cavalry battle was over. Midoriya then hopped down off of Tokoyami's back and spoke. "Hey Todoroki, were you talking about these points?" Shoto then saw Midoriya twirling the 10 million point headband around his finger. This made him look at the one in his own hand, realizing it was only worth 90 points. Izuku then spoke again. "Remember in the beginning of the battle when I launched my attack that covered the field in dust? I took that opportunity to grab a few extra headbands while everyone couldn't see. So, when I jumped through your ice wall a minute ago, that's when I swapped out the 10 million point headband with the one in your hand." Being angered by this, the half-hot, half-cold teen's flames started protruding from his left side. But he stopped them once he saw what he had accidentally done. Chapter 6. Fated Rivals. Now that the cavalry battle has concluded, Hatsum is looking over the damage done to her inventions. Excited by the chance to work on them all over again, she just sat there with a smile. That's when Midoriya walked up to her and said, "Sorry about your boots and the jetpack. When this is over, I can come by the support studio and help you repair them if you'd like." Hatsum just then felt warm, and her face gained a small blush. Noticing this, Midoriya asked, "Hey, you're looking warm, are you hot? Would you like something to drink?" Hatsum turned around now with her back facing Izuku. She replied, "No, I'm fine, just happy my babies weren't completely destroyed." Midoriya then said with a smile, "Okay. Good to know, I'll see you later and good luck in the next round." Izuku walked off, leaving Hatsum puzzled with an unfamiliar feeling plaguing her mind. When Midoriya made his way through the crowd of the other participants, Todoroki pulled him to the side and asked to meet privately to discuss something. He agreed, then went to talk with Uraraka. When she was in his sight, someone congratulated him. "Nice job securing your victory. That must be one powerful quirk you have there." Midoriya turned around to see the purple-haired boy who was standing outside of Class 1A a couple weeks ago. Right before he responded to Shinso, someone snuck up on Midoriya, then covered his mouth. "Don't say anything to that guy." From out the corner of Midoriya's eye, he could see it was Ojiro who stopped him from talking. Seeing this, Shinso smirked as he walked away. Ojiro then said, "Come with me." President Mike's voice came on the loudspeaker to announce the matchups for the last event. The one-on-one fights were usually how the sports festival would conclude and one of the most anticipated parts of the day. In a secluded hallway away from prying eyes, Izuku finds himself standing across from Shoto, who requested this talk. Midoriya broke the ice first. "So what is this about? I'm pretty sure we established that you don't like miso." Todoroki finally spoke. "I have to apologize to you." This caught Izuku by surprise, but he stayed silent to see where this was going. "Back there, when I realized you swapped out the headbands, I almost let my anger get to me and I started to use my flames. I swore I would never use them in spite of my father. Do you know what a quirk marriage is?" Once Todoroki filled Midoriya in on his past, he used this gap in the conversation to say something. "I understand where you're coming from, but one thing doesn't make sense to me." Todoroki, curious about his next words, looked on patiently. "It's clear that you want nothing to do with your father's rivalry with All Might, but you decided to take the frustrations that you have for him out on everyone else. That's not a healthy way to go about things." Todoroki was perplexed by the green-haired boy's reply, but before he could say anything else, Midoriya started walking off while saying, "If that's the way you want to live your life, holding on to all that anger towards your father is fine with me, but it's just going to hinder you in the end." Just because your father is a jerk who uses fire doesn't make you a jerk because you have similar abilities. As the boy exited the tunnel, Todoroki couldn't help but think hard at his words before walking off. While heading to get himself something to eat, Midoriya came across Bakugo hiding in a nearby corner. When he walked past him, he said, "I guess that's your thing now, huh? Waiting for people in hidden locations. Did you hear everything you needed, or were you looking for more?" The blonde didn't respond due to him never expecting to be seen. Midoriya kept his pace to the lunch hall. Some people decided to rest before the last round and others would prepare as best they could. Now that the matches have been decided, the first match between Shinso and Midoriya was underway. As Izuku walked out of the student's box, he looked to see if Yaoyorozu was going to wish him luck at least, but she wasn't around. Uraraka, seeing Midoriya with a face of slight disappointment, said while giving him a thumbs up, "Good luck, Deku." He smiled, then took off towards the ring. As the two students approached, the audience chanted words of encouragement and showed much excitement. This overwhelming feeling of being in a tournament for survival was an odd sensation, but fear never entered his mind. Now that they had entered the ring and they were both introduced, Midnight announced, "Let the first match begin." Izuku got into a fighting stance while Shinso started going through with his plan. "What did that monkey tell you earlier? Did he tell you how weak he was and how he couldn't cut it in the competition anymore? Geez. He just kept going on and on about his pride. It made me want to throw up." His words upset Izuku and made him forget about his conversation with Ojiro. Midoriya then said, "Don't talk about my clasm." "Got you," Shinso said. "Now walk out of the ring so I can secure my win." Midoriya had no control over his body, then started walking, but in his mind, he was experiencing something new. Izuku found himself inside his mind in front of a table shaped like a star. It had 8 points with a chair next to each one of them. They were all labeled 1 through 8 and 3 of the seats were empty. The empty seats were marked 2, 3, and 8. There was a bald-headed man with goggles sitting at the section marked 5 who spoke first. "Hey kid. Long time no see. How are you doing?" Midoriya then replied, "Hey. I remember you, you're Daigoro Banjo. Wait." Izuku then looked down to see that this time he had a mouth he could use to communicate. Last time this happened, he only had a portion of his head which allowed him to see, but that was pretty much it. Now that he's returned, he had the top half of his body, but he was missing his legs. The woman sitting in the chair marked 7 said something to the puzzled boy. "I know you're wondering where the rest of you are, but look at it like this. You are a physical manifestation of how much 1 for all you can control. Since you mastered 50% of it, you get just 50% of your body. At least it was the top half and not the bottom one. That would make this conversation very awkward, don't you agree?" The boy shook his head and agreed with the statement. Everyone then started introducing themselves. In the chair marked by a 1, the man spoke. "I'm Yoichi Shigaraki." Next was the man in the 4th chair. "I'm Hikage Shinomori." The man in the 5th chair then said, "We've already met, of course." The 6th then replied, "I'm En." Not expecting his introduction to be that short, Izuku waved before the next person spoke. "I'm Nana Shimura, and I'm who passed the quirk on to your master Toshinori." Izuku's eyes widened at that statement before he said, "He's mentioned you to me before, but..." That's when he was cut off by Nana saying, "Look kid, we'll have plenty of time to get acquainted, but you're gonna lose this match if we don't do something to help. We have a lot to tell you later, but we'll be guiding you from now on and helping you master your new powers. Stay vigilant because we'll be talking real soon." The audience cried out as they saw this competition's leader appear to be defeated so easily in the first round of the one-on-one fights. His classmates were confused and shouting for him to stop walking and fight back. That's when all of a sudden Midoriya's hand moved, causing an intense wind pressure to rattle the ring along with a nearby section of the stadium. This woke Midoriya up and out of Shinso's trance. Seeing this made the purple-haired boy panic. He then said, "How did you do that? No one has ever broken out of my brain control." Disorientated by what just happened, everything came back to Midoriya, and he turned around to his opponent. Now getting a grasp of the situation, he darted at Shinso without a second thought. Shinso swung but missed as Midoriya ducked out of the way of his punch. Shinso then tried to kick the boy, but he missed again. Midoriya then swept Shinso's legs from under him, then kicked him out of the ring. Shinso flew onto the ground, landing out of bounds. Midnight then yelled out. It looked like Midoriya was going to lose this one, but he turned it around and is now going on to the next round. Feeling defeated in more ways than just one, Shinso stood up and then said, "It must be nice having such a powerful and likable quirk. No one thinks you're a villain when you tell them about it." Midoriya raised an eyebrow before he jumped down to where Shinso was to reply. "You think getting to where I am today was easy? You have no idea what I went through to gain control over my quirk. How could you possibly understand?" Midoriya then shook his head in frustration. "Look up there." Midoriya then pointed to his teacher, Mr. Aizawa, up in the announcer booth before saying, "That man has no physical enhancement quirk whatsoever, and yet he is regarded as one of the most feared underground pro heroes. Do you think he got that way from comparing himself to everyone else, or was it him working hard at mastering his quirk to become a great hero?" His words silenced the purple-haired boy and made him really think about how he'd been blaming everyone else for his shortcomings. Midoriya then walked off and spoke. "Maybe I could help you train in the future if you'd like to, but either way, I'll catch you later." The green-haired boy then walked back to his classes section, and Shinso just stood there thinking to himself, "Who is this guy? And why would he want to help me after what I did? Could he really be that nice, or is it all an act?" He was so confused and had a lot of thinking to do after all of this new information. Izuku bumped into All Might in the hall on his way back to his seat. "You did it, kid. It was touch and go in the beginning there, but you won in the end." Midoriya scratched the back of his head sheepishly while thanking All Might. He donned a more serious look before he said, "Can we talk somewhere in private? Something happened with One for All." Once the second match ended, Zero didn't like all the attention he was getting for losing his match so quickly. After making it back to his seat, Midoriya caught the tail end of Kaminari's loss to Shiozaki. Once he took his seat, he was able to catch what turned out to be a presentation orchestrated by Hatsum. She used her match with Ida to show off her inventions to all the pros in the stands and inadvertently humiliate Ida in the process. Oyoma's match with Ishido was one-sided after she melted his belt, which led to Yaoyorozu's match with Tokoyami. When the match began, Tokoyami immediately sent Dark Shadow in after Momo, but she dodged out of the way and created a bow staff. She used it to beat the creature back, but he was proving to be formidable. Switching tactics, she created a shield to defend her as she made her way towards Tokoyami. Dark Shadow then started attacking relentlessly, slamming his fist into the shield over and over again. The pain from his attack started weakening Momo's grip on the shield. His next attack ended up shattering the shield, leaving Yaoyorozu wide open. She went to create another one to block the next attack, but it was too late. Tokoyami had managed to knock his opponent out of the ring, and Momo lost her match. When she looked up, Tokoyami had his hand stuck out towards her, offering to help her stand. She took it, then the two bowed to one another before leaving the ring. Although she didn't show it, this loss affected Yaoyorozu. Having felt like she was a disappointment, she entered the tunnel looking for a quiet place to sob. That's when she came across someone she had been mad at for over a week now. Midoriya, eyeing his friend coming down the hall, noticed that she was about to walk past him. He then spoke. "I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but I'm proud of you." She stopped walking and turned to the boy. Izuku slowly caught up to where she was. "You did great out there. Even though Tokoyami won, you displayed your talents with immense skill. You probably feel like you could have done more, but you shouldn't put that much pressure on yourself. It's a dangerous way of thinking, and it could do more harm than good. I know you'll get M next year, so just remember it's only been a few months since school started and we've accomplished a lot. I know you want to be by yourself right now, so I'll go, and by the way, I'm sorry about what I said." Momo then focused hard on what the boy said next. "I know my statement came off really bad, but for my training I had to literally pull a semi-truck without using my quirk, then run 100 kilometers back to back. I never meant to imply you couldn't do that too, I just didn't want you to get hurt, that's all." Midoriya then left Momo alone so she could be by herself as she planned, but she was stuck on the boy's words he left her with. In the next match, watching Kirishima and Tetsu punching each other became a bit redundant until they knocked one another out cold. This led to a match no one saw coming, and at the same time no one wanted to miss. When Uraraka entered the ring to face Bakugo, Midoriya couldn't help but fear for his friend, because the explosive user was ruthless at times. In the end, Uraraka had Bakugo in a corner, but his raw power shattered any hopes of her winning their match. Present Mike then said. The first fight for the second round is going to be intense. We have the one-shot king himself, the son of the number 2 hero Shoto Todoroki, who'll be taking on the lean green fighting machine who came out of nowhere this year attempting to steal the show Izuku Midoriya. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering for both competitors as they entered onto the fighting stage. You could feel the animosity in the air and neither one was going to back down. Midnight then said, "Are both competitors ready?" The two got into their respective stances before the hero cracked her whip, signaling the fight to start. Todoroki took no chances and created the largest ice structure he could manage, capturing Midoriya in it. The crowd grew silent, believing that was it for the green-haired boy. Midnight then looked over to the ice looking for any signs of the other boy, but it was too dense to tell. She went to call the match when suddenly the front half of the mountain exploded, shooting ice everywhere and temporarily blinding the audience as Midoriya came shooting out the fog like a bullet aiming for Todoroki. The one-for-all user was just a few feet from the half-hot, half-cold teen, which left him with no choice but the block. Although he was able to defend, the punch was too powerful and it sent him careening into a wall of ice. The crowd roared at this amazing feat of strength and speed. Izuku, on the other hand, was trying his best to not show how cold he really was. Talking to himself in his head, hoping for a response from one of the vestiges of One for All. "I could really use a heat quirk if one of you guys has one right about now." But he received no response. Feeling like he lost the connection, he went back to focusing on the fight. Pain radiated along Shoto's side from the impact into the ice, and his forearms were still sore from defending that attack. This put a huge pressure on the boy, seeing as though he won't be able to keep up with his speed. He then thought, "I need a way to slow him down because if he gets close it's over for me." The heterochromatic teen then shot walls of ice at Midoriya, trying to knock him off balance. This made Midoriya have to dodge consistently while looking for an opening on his opponent. When Midoriya leapt into the air, Shoto took advantage of one of his blind spots and tried attacking him from behind. He used his ice to freeze one of his legs, but before it could capture the rest of him, he was able to get away. He landed on the leg that wasn't encased in ice, but his danger sense went off almost immediately. Todoroki was able to sneak up on the one-for-all user and land a hit of his own, but Midoriya turned around and returned the blow. Midoriya used the leg encased in ice to kick Todoroki in the face, freeing his leg in the process. Now that both teens were down, Midnight called out, "Both fighters are down, and it looks like maybe out for." That's when both boys started moving and standing to their feet. Midoriya had a bruise on his face from the hit landed by Todoroki, along with some numbness from the ice on his shoulders and arm. He was able to shatter the ice with a punch, but he was still a little disorientated. Todoroki, on the other hand, had frost covering the right side of his body. His head was ringing from the kick it received and he was sore all over. He was brought back to focus from his opponent's words. "I still don't understand why you're limiting yourself. You're endangering your life to prove a point to your father. Look at you. You're trembling, Todoroki." Shoto responded, "Stop trying to make me like him. I don't need his fire." Midoriya replied, "You idiot. Endeavor is not in this ring right now. You are. So how could it be his fire when it belongs to you?" His words dug up a memory that was buried deep in Shoto's subconscious. This realization sparked a new light inside of him. What happened next shocked the entire stadium. Immense flames came shooting out of Todoroki's left side. Audience members all the way in the top row could feel the heat as it protruded from his arm. This made Midoriya smile that he was able to get his classmate to throw away his poor way of thinking. When Todoroki saw this, he said, "I wouldn't be smiling if I were you. Helping your opponent is going to be the reason you lost this fight." Izuku increased his output of One for All to 50%, knowing that the next attack coming was going to be a powerful one. He got into a fighting stance, then said, "Like I said earlier, I'll never back down to you or anyone for that matter, so bring it on." Present Mike then shouted, "These two are going all out now. We'll see if Todoroki's flames will cook his opponent or will Midoriya's might put an end to Todoroki's show of power." Todoroki then shot a glacier of ice at Midoriya, who in turn blitzed the attack entirely as he made his approach. When he got closer, Todoroki thought to himself, "I see why everyone follows him now. Thank you, Midoriya." He then released his flames, which started a chemical reaction when the cool air got heated so quickly, causing a huge explosion. Midnight and Cementos were too late in stopping the pair, and the attack sent them both flying away from the ring. The crowd was in shock, especially the Class 1A students. Denki said. That's so unfair. How do you compete with something like that? Shoji replied. I didn't know these two were capable of this. Bakugo tried not to seem impressed, but he was unaware of what his classmates' full capabilities are. He focused on the match solely looking for weaknesses to exploit. As the debris settled and everyone could finally see what was left of the ring, we found Midoriya standing near the edge of the stage with the top half of his P uniform burned off and breathing heavily. Todoroki was spotted on the ground outside of the ring, knocked out cold. Midnight announced, signaling a winner. Shoto Todoroki is out of the ring. Izuku Midoriya is going on to the next round. Applause flooded the stadium as Izuku went to the side of his opponent. He waited there until the medical robots came to pick him up, and he followed them to the nurse's office. Momo sat in amazement at the display in front of her, but once she saw how damaged Midoriya looked, she grew concerned. When the match came to its conclusion, her face lit up in excitement when she saw her friend standing in victory. His words started replaying in her head as she looked at his bruises. I'm proud of you. I didn't want you getting hurt. I know you're strong. She thought to herself how things would have turned out for her if she took on that attack like he did. She thought about what type of training it would take to survive a blast like that. Then she looked at him again. Admiration filled her heart and soul for the green-haired boy, and now that the match was over, she wanted to check on him. When she made it to the nurse's office, she discovered that Hatsum was there with measuring tape and a notepad touching her friend. She didn't know why, but seeing this made her feel uneasy. Midoriya then spotted Momo staring, then said to her, Yaoyorozu, is everything okay? Momo nodded her head before saying, Yes, I just wanted to make sure that you were fine, but it seems like you're busy. I'll come back later. Hatsum then interrupted her by saying, No need, I have all the measurements I've come for. Hatsum then walked off, leaving the two by themselves. Izuku broke the silence. So, how are you doing? Momo raised an eyebrow to that, then said, I should be asking you that. After getting hit with Todoroki's fire, I'm surprised you weren't burnt up. Midoriya chuckled at that, scratching the back of his head and put his finger to his chin. I knew that his fire was coming, so I made sure once he released his flames, I was close enough that I could land an attack. Unfortunately, I was still hit by some of his fire, but it paid off in the end. Yaoyorozu didn't know whether to call that genius or just plain stupid, so she just shook her head and spoke. Only you would think running into a flamethrower sounded like a good idea. They both laughed at that. Then Momo asked, When did Uraraka and Ida get so close? I see them together a lot lately. Midoriya responded, They've gotten closer every day since the entrance exam from what I've noticed. Yaoyorozu was about to say something before they both heard Todoroki, who was recovering one bed over, started to wake up. He grunted as he sat up, then looked over to his classmates. Midoriya then spoke. How are you feeling? Todoroki responded. Not bad considering everything that happened. Midoriya then hopped down from the bed and walked over to Todoroki before extending his fist towards him. Todoroki looked at the boy's fist, then back at him before he heard, I look forward to our rematch. This made Shoto grin, then return the fist bump before saying, Yeah, me too. While this was going on, Tokoyami had defeated Ishido in the current match, which led to Ida facing Midoriya in the next round, but when Ida took off full speed running at Midoriya, the green-haired boy took advantage of his opponent's speed, and as soon as he got near him, he jumped directly above Ida. This caught Ida off guard because before he could turn around, he was hit in the back from one of Izuku's Delaware smashes, using his momentum to carry him right out of the ring. Feeling embarrassed after his loss, Ida couldn't help but smile when his friend said, I saw your strategy coming, that's how I was able to counter it so quickly. I believe with a little versatility you'll be an unstoppable rival in the future. The two shook hands and made their way back to the seats. It was a one-sided fight as Bakugo used his explosions to wear down Dark Shadow, causing Tokoyami to submit, which put Bakugo up against Midoriya in the last round. President Mike said, These two have made it all the way to the finals and are gonna go all out, I'm sure of it. Looking up in the stands, seeing his friends cheer him on made Izuku think of how far he's come. Just a year ago he was training in hopes on making it into UA. Now he's standing in an arena that he watched for years on TV as a finalist in the UA Sports Festival. He couldn't ask for much more. His opponent, on the other hand, was excited for a whole other reason. Bakugo was stretching and limbering up. Internally, he could not wait to finally have a chance to defeat his former friend. The two boys met in the middle of the ring and locked eyes, neither breaking contact until midnight told them so. Uraraka tried to focus on the match, but she was concerned about Ida, who had to leave due to a family emergency. Yaoyorozu, who was sitting beside her, saw this, then put a hand on her shoulder and said, "I'm pretty sure he'll be okay. No need to worry about something you can't control." This made Achako smile and put her focus back on the match. As midnight started to announce the start of the fight, Bakugo said, "You're finally gonna pay for everything you've done to me, and my win will be broadcasted to the world." Hearing this, Midoriya didn't say a word and just kept focusing on his opponent. Midnight then said, "Begin." The two boys launched at each other, Bakugo using his explosions and Midoriya using 30% of One for All. They collided and locked hands with each other, trying to push the other back. That's when Izuku's hands started to heat up and he was feeling pain. Knowing what his opponent was trying to do, he jumped up, planting his feet into Bakugo's chest, using him as a springboard to avoid the blast. After the explosion went off, the two retreated to opposite sides of the ring, nursing their wounds. Izuku's hands were burned and Katsuki felt like he might have a broken rib, but it wasn't going to stop them from going on. While Bakugo took his time recovering, Midoriya ripped off strips of his shirt to make bandages for his hands. Once he was done, he activated his quirk and dashed at his foe. Seeing this, Bakugo did the same, but at the last second, he changed direction with a precise blast. Once out of the green head sight, he let off a huge explosion, landing a hit on the boy, or so he thought. When the dust cleared, his foe was nowhere to be seen, which made him look up. He spotted the green-haired boy coming his direction, attempting to land an axe kick on him, but narrowly missed. When Midoriya hit the ground, he rolled out of the way from another oncoming explosion and returned fire with a Delaware smash, knocking Bakugo back. Seeing this as an opening, Midoriya darted towards the boy, trying to finish the fight, when Bakugo blinded him with a new move. Stun Grenade. As he yelled those words, a sun-like glow illuminated from his palms, blinding anyone who made direct eye contact with it. While Midoriya was temporarily blinded, Bakugo used this time to land a series of blows that brought his opponent to his knees. As he towered over him, striking him with countless punches, he said, "You're nothing but a weakling. The scum that I scrape off of my boots. Just pathetic." Just when he was going to say another word, Midoriya jabbed Bakugo so hard in the face that he flew back, holding his entire head. With his eyes still closed, the greenhead stood to his feet. His nose was bloody, and lip was busted with a swollen left eye. Even though he looked worse for wear, he was standing as if nothing was wrong. Bakugo was in agonizing pain from his foe's attack, but made it to his feet. Midoriya got into his fighting stance and awaited the blonde's next move. When Bakugo jumped into the air and tried hitting Midoriya with his attack, the boy dodged out of the way and landed a counter blow to his ribs. Bakugo would continuously swing and miss while his opponent was dodging and landing counter strikes. Frustrated with this, Bakugo set off an explosion in his hand, then said, "Stop running from me and fight. You say you're not scared, but you're always running away. I'll never respect a worm that has to blindside his opponent, then runs like a coward." This resonated with Midoriya and made him really think about his former friend's words. So Kaken really feels cheated that I landed a punch on him when we were kids, and he's held on to that ever since. This gave the One for All user an idea that would satisfy everyone. The boy then spoke. "Okay, then let's see what you got. I'm coming at you with everything I have then." Bakugo replied with, "Fine, but don't blame me when I blast you into pieces as a result." Midoriya then charged up One for All, causing shock waves to emanate from his body, shaking the ring and part of the stadium. Seeing this, Bakugo leapt into the air, propelling himself with explosions in a circular motion. This turned him into a human tornado ready to attack. As the two ran at each other, the crowd was on the edge of their seats, not knowing who the victor would be. Midoriya then yelled, "Detroit Smash," while Bakugo at the same time said, "Howitzer Impact." The attacks collided, causing a huge explosion of debris, smoke, and wind. The arena grew silent, awaiting the results of the blast. When the dust started to settle, you could clearly see Bakugo standing in the ring, but his opponent was nowhere to be found. Once more of the smoke dispersed, everyone gasped as they saw Izuku laying outside of the ring, unconscious on his back. Seeing this, Midnight made the announcement. Izuku Midoriya is out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo is the winner of the UA Sports Festival. The crowd went crazy, and the stadium rang out in applause for the blonde boy. Bakugo then stuck his hands out in victory while saying, "I told you I was better than you, you're still just a weak nerd. I'm the best. That's right, me. I'm the—" As he celebrated, a voice followed by the sound of clapping came out of nowhere. He looked over to see his former friend standing there outside of the rings looking at him with a smile on his face. Midoriya then spoke. "Congratulations, and you were right, I shouldn't have sucker punched you back then. I should have faced you like a man. So, I decided I'll pay you back by losing this match, now we're even." The green-haired boy then turned around and started walking towards the nearest exit, leaving Bakugo fuming from this revelation. "Get back here and face me, you damn nerd. Finish the fight, don't cheat me out of it." That's when Midnight's quirk filled the stage, causing the boy to pass out mid-sentence and land on the ground. Chapter 7. Student Internships. I've come up against a lot of scary situations during my time of being a hero. I faced a villain who had multiple devastating quirks, a man with arms made out of chainsaws, and a guy who spit toxic waste at a high velocity. Even after all of that, I don't believe any of it was as frightening as this young man's face. These were the thoughts of All Might as he stood in front of a feral-looking Katsuki Bakugo, who had to be chained up and gagged due to his outrage from his opponent letting him win. This sight will haunt his dreams for a while, but now that the sports festival is over, the students can take a well-deserved break. Having a couple days off allowed Izuku to catch up on some sleep and surveillance he'd been missing out on. After sleeping through most of the day and talking with his mother, Izuku was wide awake for another night of tracking down his target. About an hour and a half into his stakeout, he was reading over a textbook when he heard, "Is that book any good?" This made the boy jump up and nearly have a heart attack from being surprised like that. Midoriya rolled away, then stood to his feet to find out who that was, but he saw no one. Looking around the rooftop, he tried listening closely, then he heard breathing, but it was coming from behind him. Instead of turning around, he just spoke. "You're behind me, aren't you?" The voice said. "Yes." The boy slowly turned around to find out it had come from the girl he'd been searching for this whole time. She had on a gray skirt, black stockings with shoes to match, and a large gray peacoat. Her hair was covered up by a dark-colored hat, and she had a small grin on her face. "You're a little jumpy for someone who wants to be a hero, wouldn't you say?" the girl asked as she started circling the boy. He followed her movements with his eyes while holding a calm facial expression. He thought to himself, "I wonder why my danger sense didn't go off? Is it because she isn't trying to hurt me? Or does it depend on the situation?" He finally decided to respond. "Hello again. I've actually been looking for you. The first time we met was under some bad circumstances, and I wanted to help so you wouldn't have to hurt people anymore." She looked at him curiously before saying, "So that's what you've been doing up here for the past few weeks?" Izuku gave a shocked look to her before saying, "Yes, how did you know that?" The girl replied with, "I saw you a couple weeks ago before trying to break into that blood bank. I figured you were going to stop me, so I never went in." Izuku's sweat dropped at this new information, thinking to himself that he needs to work on his stealth skills to prevent this from happening in the future. She then asked, "Why do you want to help me? Aren't heroes supposed to put the bad guys in jail?" As she continued moving around the boy like a cat tiptoeing through a house, he kept his eyes on her as he answered, "Are you a bad guy?" She responded by saying, "I've done bad things and my quirk makes me do things in order to survive." Izuku then said, "You mean your quirk requires blood, right?" The girl stopped her movements, then looked at him. Her grin was gone, only to be replaced by an earnest facial expression. "I'll take that as a yes. I don't think your quirk is bad, but if you allow it to make you do bad things, people will think you're a villain or a bad guy." The girl started walking up to him, then stood directly in front of Izuku. The next thing he knew, she threw him to the ground and put her knife to his neck. Although he was worried, he kept a stoic facial expression the entire time. She looked into his eyes to see how he was going to react. Izuku then spoke. "If you wanted to go out on a date, you could have just asked." This made the girl turn her head to the side out of curiosity, and then she smiled. Hoping this was over, he decided to smile as well. The girl then put her knife away and stood up, offering the boy a hand. Once he got back to his feet, she said, "I'm Toga, Himiko Toga." She stuck her hand out to Izuku and he grabbed it before saying, "It's nice to officially meet you, Himiko Toga. I'm." Before he could say it, she cut him off and said, "Izuku Midoriya, I saw you place second in the UA Sports Festival." He almost forgot that the event was televised. This helps when it comes to your public image, but there are also drawbacks to having everyone know who you are. The two then took a seat on the air duct adjacent to where they were standing and started talking. Toga asked, "You're just a first-year student in the hero program. I figure that's why the police aren't looking for me. You didn't want to get in trouble yourself. Are you trying to be some type of vigilante or something?" Midoriya shook his head, denying those claims. "No, that's not it at all. If I told the police, they would have just locked you up for attacking that guy. I understand that you needed help that could be considered not normal. I have a friend who has helped people with your type of quirk, and I wanted you to meet them." Toga looked at him, then said, "Let me guess, they're in a psychiatric facility, and they want to give me medication to help me with my problem." Toga got up to walk away before she heard, "Actually, she's a retired pro hero and a nurse. She likes hitting me in the head and always has candy for her patients." This made the girl stop and turn to face the boy as she said, "That guy wasn't the only one you know. He probably won't be the last." Midoriya then stood up and crossed his arms before saying, "No one's perfect and I don't believe you had any intentions on hurting them, but I do know that your cravings can cause erratic behavior. Look, just take my number." The boy walked over to the blonde girl, handing her a piece of paper with his number on it. "Call me anytime. If I don't answer, I'll call you back as soon as possible." Izuku then grabbed his book and his binoculars, then started to leave. Before he made his exit, he said one more thing. "I hope we get a chance to talk again. I'd really like to get to know you. Maybe without your knife this time." He waved, then jumped off of the roof, leaving Toga with a smile on her face. She then looked at the piece of paper and thought, when did he have time to write his number down? He must have planned that from the start when he finally ran into me. The girl then thought about seeing if he'll let her drink some more of his blood. She didn't want to cut him like the others because he would die. It was something about the way his blood kept her cravings down longer than anyone else's had. The plasma he held was the richest she ever tasted, and it lasted for almost a month compared to the others she drank in the past. She then took off into the night, still thinking about the green-haired boy. 2 days later, the students of Class 1A sat eagerly by as Mr. Aizawa gave out the results of all the recruitment offers for internships. In first place was Izuku Midoriya, 3,825. Shoto Todoroki, 2,742. Katsuki Bakugo, 1,109. Fumikage Tokoyami, 829. Tenya Ida, 653. Momo Yaoyorozu, 489. Ijiro Kirishima, 112. Mina Ashido, 56. Ichako Uraraka, 23. Yuga Aoyama, 11. This made the class yell out their opinions of the results all simultaneously, causing Eraserhead to activate his quirk, silencing the teens almost immediately. "Now that you've calmed down, just because you didn't receive an offer doesn't mean you aren't going to be participating. Everyone will be assigned to a pro hero for their internships for a week and get some real experience out in the field." The class cheered in excitement until brought up that there will be a new course coming up today. Everyone scratched their head when he used the word hero informatics, which turned out to be a fancy way of saying hero names according to Midnight. She entered the classroom shortly after the discussion began and soon after the students started choosing their names. Once it came down to the last 3 students, Izuku was up next. He hadn't given it much thought, seeing as though it hadn't really crossed his mind. He sat there thinking to himself what name he was going to choose, and some memories started popping up as he thought more about it. "What is your name?" "I'm Deku." "Well, I see you're living up to your dreams, Deku. I see you're still saving people. I'll see you tomorrow, Deku." He then started writing on his board before approaching the podium. When he displayed his name, the class gasped at what they saw. Kirishima then said aloud, "Midoriya, are you sure about that?" Izuku nodded, then smiled. This name was made to insult me, but it's how I was introduced to someone special in my life. For now, on Deku is the name of a hero. Bakugo looked out the corner of his eye as the green-haired boy spoke. Yaoyorozu couldn't help but hang on to the boy's words, reminding her of how they met and what that name has meant to her. Once Midnight realized that Bakugo was not going to change his mind of having the word murder in his hero name, she moved on to Ida, who just decided to go with his first name. Midoriya tried talking to him, but Ida just gave him a generic response in order to shed worry from his friends' minds. Izuku decided to keep a close eye on his friend because of this. He knows that what happened to his brother is bothering him a lot more than he's showing. He'll have Uraraka keep tabs on him as best she could, so that he doesn't do anything he'd regret. On his way to meet up with Momo, Izuku saw Todoroki in the hall, and he tapped him on the shoulder before saying, "Hey Todoroki, who are you interning with?" Todoroki responded to the question with his usual demeanor. "I've decided to intern with my father. I didn't want to originally, but as the number 2 hero, his experience will benefit me greatly." Izuku nodded, then said, "Well, if you need anything, I'm just a phone call away. I'm actually more concerned about Ida at this point." Todoroki remembered seeing the news report of what happened to Ingenium while he was in the hospital visiting his mother. He then gave a look of concern before saying, "What do you think he'll do?" Midoriya grabbed his chin, then started to ponder. "I'm not sure, but I know he's angry and blinded by rage. He'll need someone to be there and stop him from possibly doing something stupid." Todoroki agreed before saying, "What did you have in mind?" The two then talked about how to help their classmate and came up with a plan to make it happen. Later on, as Momo and Izuku were in the library, the pair were sifting through Hero Agency's invites, trying to find the best one for the creation user to choose. Yaoyorozu scratched her head in frustration before she exclaimed, "This is a lot harder than I thought." She then let out a loud sigh before saying, "Who did you choose?" Izuku then sat up to look at his friend before saying, "Gran Torino. He taught here when All Might was a student and suggested he would be a great pro to intern with." "Gran Torino, I haven't heard of him before. He must not have been a popular hero," Yaoyorozu stated as she tapped her chin in deep thought. Izuku then said, "I've heard of him being mentioned on a few message boards before, and I'm curious to hear about what All Might was like as a student." Momo laughed, then said, "Always such a fanboy, especially when it comes to All Might." Midoriya shrugged his shoulders, and they both laughed in agreement at the girl's words. The following week, Izuku is standing in his living room with his bags in his hands as his mother says, "Do you have everything?" Izuku replied, "Yes. I packed everything last night and I sent you all of the information of where I'll be interning." Inko then said, "All right, make me proud," and before she could say it, her son cut her off and finished her words. "I'll be careful, I promise. Goodbye, and I love you, Mom." Her son's words warmed her heart as he exited their apartment, heading off to his internship for the next week. She was really going to have to find a way to thank one day for training her son. Seeing as though they've only talked on the phone, she also wanted to finally meet him in person to thank him properly. After the hour-long trained ride to the Yamanashi Prefecture, Izuku found himself in front of an old apartment building that displayed the same address on his invitation. He walked up to the door, then knocked on it, and it slowly opened from being ajar. He called out before fully entering, "Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm looking for Gran Torino." As he entered the room and closed the door, his danger sense went off, causing him to jump out of the way of a high-speeding object. Once he got up, his danger sense went off again, and he back-flipped out of the way of another attack. This time he was on guard, but because of the poorly lit room, he couldn't spot his attacker. The next thing he heard is what sounded like a bullet leaving the chamber, as a flash of yellow started bouncing all over the apartment. Trying his best to keep his eyes on it proved to be difficult, so he activated his quirk, then started his pursuit. The two then began clashing in flashes of yellow and green all over the cramped space. When Midoriya thought he found an opening, he went to strike, but Gran Torino changed directions in a split second and avoided the attack. When Izuku had his back turned, the pro hero went to attack from his blind side. Feeling the blow coming, the teen ducked out of the way as the old man went flying by, but then he felt something wrap around his leg. He turned around to see the boy using some type of black rope that came from his hand. Once he saw this, he finally spoke. So, this is what Toshinori was talking about when he said one for all had multiple quirks. This made Midoriya release Black Whip and he started catching his breath before responding. So, you must be Gran Torino. It's nice to meet you, sir, and sorry about your microwave. As Gran Torino shook the boy's hand, he was puzzled by what he just said until he turned around to see what he meant. His eyes bulged out of his head comically in realization that some of his appliances got damaged during his little test. He shook his head in disappointment before he said, "It's fine, I'll make Toshinori pay for it. He is the #1 hero after all. He can't expect an old pro like me to be responsible for his protege's damages." Once he finished his statement, he turned around and gained a more serious look with a tone to match. "While you're here, I'm gonna get you in shape like I did for your master. He was fortunate enough to possess a body that could handle one for all right off the bat." Excited to be taught by All Might's teacher, Izuku was prepared for anything he was going to throw at him. "Since one for all has evolved, we're going to have to teach you multitasking, so that you'll be able to use your other quirks in a fight." At a hero agency in JKU City, Momo found herself standing in front of the hero agency of the #9 hero, Yoroi Musha, a pro hero who has been in the top 10 for years, all thanks to Midoriya convincing her to go here instead of choosing to go with Iwabami. As she approached the door, a man dressed in a butler outfit greeted her. "Hello, Miss Yaoyorozu. Mr. Musha is waiting for you in his study. You can leave your bags here and follow me." Momo did as he instructed and followed the well-dressed man down the hallway. There were works of modern art hanging on every wall and tapestries across from every door. As she entered the pro's study, she saw a tall, white-haired older gentleman wearing what looked like a samurai's outfit kneeling in front of a table. When the door closed behind her, she heard him speak. "Come join me, young one." Momo walked over to where he pointed and bowed before she introduced herself. "I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, and it's an honor to be chosen by such a renowned hero." He nodded before saying, "Thank you. Now do you know why I sent you an offer to intern with me?" Momo shook her head no before replying, "I haven't the foggiest idea, but I assume you saw me in the sports festival. I didn't do that well and—" Before she could say another word, Yoroi thumped his sword into the floor while it was still in its hilt. This brought Momo's attention to the man's eyes. She noticed they were orange with a speck of black. He stood up before saying, "It was the look in your eyes you had before walking out of the ring, the same look you had a second ago when you mentioned how you fared during the festival. I once carried emotions like that when I felt like I wasn't strong enough. The feeling of despair can be detrimental. Let me ask you this, do you agree with everything I've said so far?" Trying not to let the tears fall from her face, Momo looked up to the man before saying, "Yes." He then said, "Now stand." She did as she was told, then watched as he got into a battle stance. She didn't know what to do, so she prepared herself for anything at this point. Yoroi took out his sword, then a white light started to cover his body. In an instant he vanished, then Momo felt a blade placed at her neck. She turned her head to see the pro standing behind her. When she went to turn around, he disappeared again and struck the back of her leg, knocking her to the ground. She reacted this time and created a shield to block his next attack. But he predicted her movements, then kicked it out of her hand. She fell back and his sword came millimeters from the tip of her nose. Not knowing what to do next, she sat there frozen, remembering the feelings she carried after her match against Tokoyami. The pro then spoke. "Where is your head right now? Because it's not in this fight. What would have happened if I was your enemy? Do you think they're going to show you any mercy?" He sheathed his sword, then extended his hand to the raven-haired girl. Once she was back on her feet, he said, "The name of my quirk is called Battle. It enhances all of my instincts and strengths for 15 minutes. When I was in my prime, I could use it for hours, but as I got older, the time limit shrank. Because of that, I had to increase my speed to handle any situation I find myself in as quickly as possible." Learning about his quirk helped Yaoyorozu understand that even for a man his age, he could move insanely fast. "While you're with me this week, I'm going to help you overcome those fears and make you an unstoppable force to be reckoned with. Now draw your weapon and prepare yourself for battle." Momo grinned in excitement, then created a sword to match her teacher. A few days later, Izuku is in a warehouse bench pressing a bus with weights on. The pain was agonizing, and Gran Torino was relentless. "Keep it up, kid. You got 100 more of those to go." Izuku, while struggling to keep the bus from crushing him, said to himself, "Now I see where All Might gets it from." Lifting weights like this became routine, but Gran Torino also had him using his other quirks simultaneously while sparring. The fatigue came quicker than expected, but he was only allowed a short break in between sessions. On the third day, something new happened while he was sparring with the old pro. Gran Torino had the green-haired boy on the ropes, constantly moving around and attacking him where his guard was the weakest. Izuku's control of One for All had gone up to 60%, but he still wasn't able to keep up with his teacher's top speed. He was taking hits while trying to defend, growing frustrated more and more. He took another kick to the face, then fell back. Once he saw that a yellow boot was coming for him again, he wished he could vanish to safety. A voice inside of his head then called out to him saying, "Let me show you how to disappear." That's when black smoke came pouring out of his body, shrouding him in darkness. Seeing this, the pro shot up into the air, avoiding the smoke, not knowing what just happened, and said, "I didn't know you carried smoke bombs with you, kid." Black whip came shooting out of the dark cloud right at Gran Torino. He propelled himself backwards only to be met by his student striking him in the back. Detroit smash. The pro went flying into the other side of the warehouse, but before he hit the wall, he recovered, then landed safely thanks to his quirk. The pro then looked over to the green-haired boy who was laid out on the floor trying to catch his breath. Izuku then picked himself up before saying, "I finally got you." He let out a small laugh before passing out. The old pro then thought to himself, "He's getting better and better each day. If he awakens any more quirks, I might be in trouble here." When Izuku fell asleep, he found himself back at the table, standing in front of the previous wielders. This time a short man with black parted hair who was the sixth user of One for All was doing all the talking. "Hello again. What you just used was my quirk smokescreen. It allows you to generate clouds of smoke and obscure your enemy's vision." Once he finished speaking, smoke started pouring from his body and the room got cloudy. Izuku heard his voice say, "You have to apply the right amount of smoke so that you don't blind yourself in the process. This will also help you track your enemy's movements while they're in your smoke." Izuku then said, "How do I activate it?" And replied, "Find that same feeling you had of wanting to disappear. You'll feel it want to come out to aid you in your time of need. Hold on to what I told you and remember." As he was speaking, all of the previous wielders' eyes began glowing and their bodies started fading away before he said, "You're not alone." Once Izuku woke up from his short nap, Gran Torino made him use his new quirk until he was able to control it effortlessly. The next day, when Midoriya headed over to the warehouse for more training, Gran Torino told him that it was time for some field experience. "Get your costume, kid. We're going to Hosu to do our patrol." When the name entered his mind, it reminded him that he needed to check up on Ida, who hadn't replied to his last few texts. Hoping it meant he'd been busy at his internship and nothing else, Izuku knew there would be a good chance of running into him once they were there. On the way to the train station, Izuku texted Todoroki to see if he had heard from Ida himself. Todoroki replied, "No, he hasn't responded to me either." Izuku replied back with, "I'm on my way to Hosu for patrol, so maybe I'll run into him while I'm there." Todoroki then said, "My father and I will be patrolling there as well. I convinced him that Hosu City would be a better place for patrol experience instead of Mizudafu." Izuku replied back to that by saying, "Great, we'll have a better chance of running into him if we're both there. I'll contact you when I arrive." Todoroki just sent back, "Okay." 30 minutes into the train ride to Hosu, Izuku still couldn't get Ida to respond to any of his messages. That's when Gran Torino said, "All you kids do these days is stare at your phones. I really wish you would." That's when Izuku's danger sense went off and he felt something big coming in their direction. On instinct, he used Black Whip to grab all of the people on the right side of the train. He pulled them all away just in time for a pro to come crashing through the side of the train, being carried by a tall, lanky green creature with his brain exposed. Izuku saw it and yelled out, "NOMU." Before the boy could move, Gran Torino told him to stay put. The pro then kicked the creature out of the train and forced it to the ground. After making sure that all the civilians were safe, and the pro wasn't too injured, he leapt off the train into the city. He could see from the rooftop he landed on that the city was under attack in multiple areas. Thinking to himself, if those things are anywhere close to how strong the one was at the USJ, then the pros were going to need backup. Without giving it another thought, he ran into the city ready to help and hopefully find his friends before they got hurt. He shot off a text to Todoroki letting him know what was going on. In a random alley not too far away, the hero native finds himself on the ground bleeding from his shoulder. In front of him stands a man dressed in a black t-shirt and black pants. He has on large boots with toe and knee guards. His arms are wrapped with long bandages. There's a red scarf draped around his neck and a white mask over his face. In his hand is a katana. The blade is dripping with his blood and currently pointed at his face. The pro hero then said, "I'm going to stop you, hero killer." Stain just replied, "How could a fake like you ever stop me?" That's when a white boot came flying at Stain's face, but his reflexes were too quick, and he knocked the helmet off of his attacker. Stain looked down to see that it was just a kid wearing what looked like a hero costume that looked awfully familiar. "Hey, are you one of Ingenium's sidekicks or something?" This got Ida mad and made him hop up saying, "Don't ever say my brother's name again, you villain. I am Ingenium and I will be the one to stop you." Ida then revved up his engine before lunging at Stain, but the man was just too quick and avoided his attack while slicing Ida's arm. Ida fell back in pain before his body locked up, leaving him feeling like he was paralyzed. The boy hit the ground and saw the man licking his sword once covered in his blood. Stain then looked down to him before saying, "You're just another fake like your brother was. I thought all the heroes are supposed to help people in need and put selfish desires aside." Stain then pointed to the bleeding pro hero sitting on the other side of the alley. Ida, still focusing on revenge, responded to that by saying, "Let him go, your fight is with me." Stain shook his head in frustration, then looked back at the boy. "Not even a licensed pro yet and you're already throwing your life away. What a waste." Stain raised his sword to end the boy's life when he sensed something coming. As he looked up, all he saw was something green moving fast in his direction. The next thing he knew, he was struck in the face and sent flying in the opposite direction. "Detroit smash." These words were heard throughout the alley by the pro and Ida as their attacker went flying away from them. Izuku was seen standing there in his hero costume and lightning circulated around his body in rapid movements. Izuku then spoke. "Ida, are you all right?" Ida responded, "What are you doing here, Midoriya?" Izuku then said, "What does it look like? I'm here to save you from getting yourself killed, you idiot. You're supposed to be our vice rep, and this is how you act. Once this is done, we're going to have a long discussion." While he was saying this to Ida, Midoriya was sending his location to Todoroki. Once the message went through, Izuku noticed the other person in the alley. He went over to check his condition when his danger sense went off. Dodging out of the way of a knife thrown in his direction, he looked to see Stain charging towards him. Right before his blade came down, smoke filled the alley and Stain's sword struck the ground, missing his intended target. He started waving his sword through the smoke, then was kicked in the back, which knocked him to the ground. He jumped into the air to see the teen in the green costume swinging a punch aimed at his face. He dodged the punch, then kicked the boy to the ground. Izuku defended the kick and landed on his feet. A gust of wind entered the alley, carrying most of the smoke out with it. Stain was then able to see that the smoke was coming out of his opponent. Noticing this, he decided to test the boy's worth by throwing blades at both Native and Ida, who still couldn't move. Izuku then leapt into the air, flipping over the blades and grabbing them with Black Whip. When he started to land, he sensed something coming and bounced off a nearby wall and jumped into the air. When he looked up, he saw Stain coming at him, but also 3 blades flying at him from 3 different directions. He prepared himself to take on some damage when suddenly flames came shooting from the entrance of the alley, almost hitting Stain. This made the hero killer dodge and retreat while Izuku avoided the knives entirely. Shoto came and joined Izuku, who was next to Ida. He then said, "Next time say I'm fighting the hero killer instead of just sending your location." Izuku responded, "I didn't really have the time, as you can see. We need to get that man some help before he bleeds out." Hearing this, Stain then said, "At least one of you shows signs of being a worthy hero. You'll be perfect for the new society I'm going to build. Izuku then said to the knife-wielding man. I'm pretty sure there's an easier way to show people that pro-heroes should be taking their jobs seriously instead of just killing who you believe isn't worthy. Stain then said, I don't have time to waste with you brats. There are more heroes that need to be purged, and I still have to kill that other fake with the hands all over his face as well. A thought went off in the back of Midoriya's head as he remembered the attack on the USJ, and there was someone who fitted that description. That's when Stain jumped at Native, intending to end his life when Izuku used a Delaware smash to knock him back again. Once Stain was down, Izuku said to Shoto, Todoroki, when I draw him into the other end of the alley, I want you to create a wall of ice between us as tall as you could make it. Shoto looked at him with confusion plastered all over his face and said, What are you talking about? Let's fight him together. Izuku replied, Look, he's trying his best to kill Native and Ida. If we don't stop his bleeding, he'll die. Trust me, I got this. With a determined look in his eyes, Izuku stared at Shoto until he gave him an assuring nod. Stain then got back to his feet and saw several trash cans being thrown at him. He dodged some and cut the rest with his sword. That's when a large dumpster came crashing down in front of him, causing the man to jump back towards the other end of the alley. When he was about to make another move, he saw the boy in the green suit standing in front of him in a fighting stance. Stain then said, It's a shame that you don't understand what I'm trying to do by purging this world of the undeserving. That's when a large wall of ice formed directly behind the hero in training, blocking the entire alley and cutting the two off from everyone else. When Stain saw this, he said, Looks like I'm going to have to go through you to get to those fakes. Izuku smirked and then said, There's something I forgot to mention. Green lightning started popping off the boy's clothes and enveloping the alley's walls. Stain raised an eyebrow, not sure of what was happening, and said, Oh, and what was that? Izuku then told him, I was holding back. Using Black Whip to grab onto the walls and propel him behind Stain, Izuku went flying over the hero killer in an instant. Stain drew his sword and tried hitting the boy, but his blade broke as he attacked. Once he saw that his katana had shattered into pieces, he looked up to witness the boy flying at him at even greater speeds than before. Stain couldn't help but see an image of All Might coming at him as Izuku mirrored his teacher's famous attack with great precision. Detroit Smash. With 45% of 1 for all, Izuku punched Stain through the wall of ice, sending him sliding to the entrance of the alley. As Shoto nursed Native's wounds, the pro ended up falling unconscious. He felt wind and small shards of ice come flying out of the alley, followed by Stain's body. The hero killer laid lifeless on the ground, but he was still breathing. As Ida finally stood to his feet, he started walking over to the villain. Overcome with anger, he drew his hand back to strike the unconscious man, but his punch was caught by Izuku. Ida looked up to see his friend staring at him with disappointment in his eyes. The green-haired boy just sighed and said, So, this is the legacy you're going to leave behind, going to jail for attacking an unarmed man. I thought you wanted to be a hero who sought justice over revenge. Ida dropped his head in shame, realizing what he was about to do. Shoto interrupted the moment by saying, Hey, we need to contact my father and tell him what happened. Izuku's sweat dropped at that idea before saying, We're unlicensed, and if we get caught using our quirks without permission, we'll be in trouble. I have a better idea. Todoroki, first you have to melt all the ice in the alley, then I'm going to need your father's number. Taking Native's phone out of his pocket, Izuku used it to text Endeavor this message. Hero killer is near an alley on 4210, Echo Street, send help now. Once the message was sent, the three teens waited in the alley until they saw the pros approaching. When the heroes were in sight, Izuku used Black Whip to grab Shoto, and Ida then leapt to the top of the nearest building. They looked down as Endeavor, Manuel, and Gran Torino, along with some other heroes, found Stain unconscious and tied up next to Native. When they were about to leave, they saw a flying Nomu heading towards them. Izuku used Black Whip to grab the creature out of the air and hold it in place. He punched it using 60% of 1 for all, knocking it out cold. Once the creature was taken care of, Shoto encased it in ice when they got back to the ground. The teens then split up and met up with their intern hero separately as planned. When they were questioned as to their whereabouts, they each said they were helping escort civilians to safety. Gran Torino didn't believe a word of the teen's story, but he couldn't prove it otherwise at this point. Chapter 8. Final Exams. After the incident in Hosu City, Gran Torino knew that his pupil was hiding something even though he tried questioning him about it. Izuku wouldn't break. His training felt barbaric at times and made him feel like he was going to die, but it paid off in the end. Thanks to his teachings, Izuku is now able to use his quirks while in battle. It uses a lot of his stamina in the process. It took 3 more grueling days, but Izuku was finally able to match Gran Torino's speed and land an attack on him without passing out right after. On his last day of his internship, Gran Torino stood in front of his student and said, "You're just as much of a handful like Toshinori was, and yet I can see you're going to surpass him one of these days." Izuku bowed and just said, "Thank you for everything you taught me, and I promise to pay you back for your refrigerator I damaged." Izuku's sweat dropped after saying that to his teacher, but the pro said, "Don't worry about it, just promise to tell me what really happened with the hero killer one of these days." Izuku looked at him and then said, "I have no idea what you're talking about, sir." He waved at his sensei one last time before walking away. Gran Torino then remembered he needed to call Toshinori about what he had learned. On the morning of the students' first day back after their internships, Ida and Todoroki received a text message from Izuku to meet outside of Gym Beta before homeroom. As Shoto arrived, he saw Ida just ahead of him meeting up with Midoriya. Once he got close, he greeted the two. Now that they both were present, Izuku said, "Were there any problems with your alibis?" Ida spoke first. "Manuel was persistent, but he eventually took my word for it." Todoroki responded with, "My old man only hears what he wants. After I told him what happened, he dropped the subject immediately." Izuku noticed that they were finished speaking and replied with, "Okay, now Ida, we promise we won't tell anyone what you did, but you have to talk with someone about how you're feeling. I know how difficult it is dealing with all those emotions you have bottled up, but they're just going to eat you alive if you don't deal with them. Which leads to my next statement: if anything like this happens again, I'm going to the teachers and telling them everything. I'd rather risk being kicked out of the hero program than seeing you end up hurt or worse." Ida's eyes started watering and then he bowed to his classmates. "You two didn't have to come save me, and yet you risked your lives without question. Your kindness is one that can never be repaid." Todoroki, with an emotionless facial expression, put one hand on his shoulder before he said, "If you really want to pay us back, then get some help and deal with your feelings before they eat you up inside." Izuku chuckled, then looked at them both and said, "I wouldn't mind lunch being on you today as well." They all laughed before making their way to homeroom. As the 3 entered the class, Izuku spotted Bakugo's hair and had to cover his mouth at the sight. Shoto grinned, then took his seat, but Midoriya ran to the boys' lavatory. Class 1B and C heard the sounds of laughter coming from the vent connected to the adjacent room. Once his laughing fit ended, Izuku made his way back to class and took his seat. When Momo saw that Izuku's eyes were red and puffy, she leaned over to ask, "Hey, is everything okay? You look like you've been crying." He nodded, then pointed at Bakugo's hair. When she saw it, she let out a small snort before covering her mouth to contain her laugh. Kaminari was the first person to say it aloud. "Bakugo, what's up with that hair?" Most of the students burst into laughter from the odd hairstyle the blonde was wearing. Bakugo then jumped over to Kaminari, trying to blast him with his quirk, which inadvertently returned his hair to normal. The day went on as usual, and later All Might announced their next hero lesson would be in rescues. The class shouted in excitement, wanting to put to the test what they learned during their internships. First group up was Ida, Shiro, Ashido, Ojiro, and Midoriya. All Might then laid out the rules, stating he would be at the center of the practice area, while the students would start from 5 different locations, racing to see who would get there first. Mineta was the first to say something. "I think Shiro has this one in the bag." Uraraka spoke next. "Nah, I think Ida is gonna win this one, he's super fast." Yaoyorozu said to herself, "I wonder how Izuku will do in the race? I've never seen him go all out before." All of the participants in the group made it to their starting points and got ready. Izuku limbered up, then activated one for all at 60%. When the alarm sounded signaling the racers to go, Shiro rocketed into the air using his tape. Ashido used her natural agility to make her way up the pipes and slid on her acid to glide along them. Ojiro used his tail as a boost to speed up his movement as he traversed the obstacle course, while Ida used his engines to propel him as quickly as they could towards All Might. When Zero thought he was going to take this one home, something green went shooting past him like a bullet out of the chamber. Using Black Whip to launch him up and over the makeshift city, Izuku shot past everyone else using the pipes as a guided path to his target. It took him 30 seconds to reach All Might, shattering the previous record holder's time. All Might congratulated his pupil on a job well done and told him to meet him in the teacher's lounge after class. When the races concluded, all of the students headed back to their respective locker rooms to get changed. Mineta had tripped and accidentally tore down a poster on the wall. It revealed a hole that went straight through to the girl's side. He started drooling at the thought of getting a chance to peek. "Look guys, we've hit the jackpot. Someone has blessed us with an opportunity to see more of Ishido's pink skin, Ajui's bountiful bosom, or Yaoyorozu's." Clang. That's when the sound of a locker slamming stopped the grapehead boy mid-sentence. Everyone looked up and saw it was Midoriya's locker that made the noise. He let out a deep sigh, then raised his head. He then turned around to face the grapehead. "Hey Mineta, let me ask you something?" Mineta was a little nervous at his sudden inquiry, but he responded. "What is it, Midoriya?" Izuku then went on with his question. "Do you have a sister?" Mineta, puzzled by the random question, said, "No, why would you ask me that?" Izuku walked towards the boy before he went on to say, "Well, if you did have a sister and someone from her school was peeping on her like you're trying to do with our classmates, how would that make you feel?" Mineta didn't answer, he just sat there with a dumbfounded look on his face. Izuku finished his statement as he made his way out of the locker room. An even better question is, what if one of those girls had a brother like Bakugo? What do you think he would do when he found out? Maybe you should think about that before continuing your perverted ways. After listening to all of that, Todoroki walked over to the hole and filled it with his ice. Ida then said, "I'll inform maintenance about the hole, so they'll come to repair it immediately." As the hole filled up with ice, Jiro pulled her earphone jack from the wall and disconnected it from her phone. The girls all looked at each other before Toru said, "I'm glad somebody finally put that twerp in his place." Mina then replied to that by saying, "Yeah, Midoriya is such a great guy. I wonder if he's single?" That's when the sound of a locker closing loudly got everyone's attention as Momo went to leave, now fully dressed. Jiro then said, "What's up with Yamamo?" Mina shrugged her shoulders, then said, "Maybe she's got a thing for muscles." The rest of the girls all shrugged, then continued getting dressed. Later that afternoon, Izuku sat in thought after All Might told him about his battle with All for One. Izuku gathered his thoughts, then he said, "So that's the guy who injured you in that fight 5 years ago?" All Might nodded yes, then Izuku said, "I'm going to punch him in his stupid face the first chance I get." All Might looked at his successor curiously, then let out a small laugh. The boy joined in on it before saying, "I wonder why the previous users hadn't mentioned any of this to me yet. They've only helped me with my quirks so far." All Might then said, "Can you communicate with them at will yet?" Izuku shook his head no before saying, "I've only been able to talk with them when I'm in a sleep-like state so far." All Might then replied, "Oh, I see. Well, don't let that deter you. The time I can use my quirk is shrinking every day, it seems. I must make sure you're ready before I'm no longer able to be the symbol of peace anymore." Izuku looked at his teacher, seeing a hint of sadness in his eyes. He stood up then said, "No one can take that from you, All Might. You're more than just your quirk. People look up to you because of what you do and stand for. It had nothing to do with how strong you are. You'll always be the symbol of peace." Toshinori looked back at his green-haired successor with pride. He transformed into his hero state before saying, "Thank you, young Midoriya. I hope I can always live up to your kind words." Izuku just smiled and said, "Any time, sir." The next day, Mr. Aizawa broke the news that the finals were coming up and the class should prepare themselves. Once he left the room, everyone voiced their concerns and worries about how they'll do on the written part. Izuku overheard Toru talking to Tsu about how cold she was during her internship. She complained about her costume choice being limited due to her quirk. He interjected himself into their conversation by saying, "Hey Toru, my friend in support could definitely help with that. Her name is Hatsum, and I'm sure she could make you an item that'll work with your quirk. Toru's floating shirt turned to the boy before he heard her say, "That would be awesome. You mind introducing me to her?" He nodded, then said, "Sure. Let me know when you're ready and we'll head over there." Not too long after, they grabbed their bags and headed over to the support studio. As they arrived at the hall where the lab was, Izuku stopped about 5 feet away from the door. Toru was puzzled by this and asked, "Hey Midoriya, why did we stop right here? Aren't we gonna knock?" Izuku smirked, then stuck both of his arms out like he was expecting something before saying, "Just give it a second." Suddenly the door to the lab blew open from a small explosion inside. Mei came flying out of it and landed into Izuku's arms. There was smoke and small pieces of debris scattered throughout the hall. Hatsum was covered in soot and coughing. Once she caught her breath, she said, "Hey Midoriya, nice catch, you're getting good at that, you know." Izuku replied, "Hello Hatsum. I see another one of your babies blew up on you, but I'm glad to see you're okay." She just grinned, then said, "Are you here to test out more of my babies for me?" The green-haired boy shook his head no before saying, "Not today, but I did bring someone that could use your help." Hatsum got down from the boy's arms, then looked beside him to see a girl's school uniform being worn by someone who was apparently invisible. She then said, "Oh, a mutation-type quirk. I'll definitely need a DNA sample from you in the future, but come on in." Mei grabbed both students and dragged them into the lab. Toru, still confused by all of what she was seeing, said, "Hello, I'm Toru Hagakure, nice to meet you." Midoriya said, "You might be able to help me with my costume. You see, because of my quirk, I have to be nude to fully utilize it. You could see why that could be bad, especially in the winter." Hatsum tapped her chin for a second, then went over to a tall cabinet. She started searching for something, then pulled out what looked to be a spandex outfit. She walked over to the invisible girl, then said, "Here, touch this." Although he couldn't see it, Izuku was pretty sure that Toru was just as confused by this as he was. The girl took a hold of the outfit and it started to turn invisible right along with her. Izuku's eyes grew wide at the sight, and then he heard Toru shriek in excitement. Mei smiled before saying, "Baby number 113. Responsive fibers are woven into clothes to react to a person's quirk. I'm thinking about calling it shapewear." Izuku then said, "Wow Hatsum, you never cease to amaze me when it comes to your inventions. You're truly a genius. Now this isn't going to blow up too, is it?" Mei smiled, then said, "Nope. No reactive chemicals are in that baby yet, but I could add some if you would like." Toru responded immediately, "No, no, no, it'll be fine just like this. Thank you so much, this is perfect." Izuku couldn't help but smile at the sight of his friend dancing with her new support item. The written exam stretched over 3 days and seemed like torture for a few students. Once they were finally done, Kaminari passed out from the grueling exam. Ashido threw some papers into the air in celebration. "Hooray! It's finally over," Tsu said in response. "Ribbit, I can't argue with you on that." Tokoyami then said, "Revelry in the dark." Dark shadow popped out of him right after that to say what he said. The two then sighed and slid back in the seat, gesturing how tired they were. Izuku, on the other hand, didn't feel the same. After studying non-stop every day for the exam with everyone else, he felt more than ready for the test. What truly concerned him was why and the other teachers were so secretive about the practical part of the final exam. He had heard from Kendo that it would involve robots, but it seemed too predictable to believe. Even when he asked All Might about it, all he could say was, "It's going to be a combination of everything you've learned so far." The students of Class 1A gathered outside of Field Gamma for the start of the practical. Kirishima then said, "I wonder why all of the teachers are here?" In front of the class stood Midnight, Ectoplasm, Cementos, Snipe, Power Loader, Eraserhead, Present Mike, and Principal Nizu. Nizu then said, "Now students, I'm sure that you've been doing some reconnaissance to figure out what your test will involve, but we've decided to change things up from our typical curriculum." The teens grew worried, seeing as though they thought fighting robots would be the premise of their test. Nizu went on to say, "We didn't want to make your test so simple this year and wanted to push you all to your limits. So, for your final exams, you'll be facing us." All the pro heroes then gave the students a menacing look in hopes of intimidating the young heroes in training. Class 1, a sweat dropped at this new information. Aizawa then said, "You each will be paired off into teams of 2. Your assignment will be to either capture your opponent using these special cuffs, or for one of you to escape through a designated exit." Kirishima activated his quirk, then pounded his fists together before exclaiming, "I'm ready for whatever they throw at us, so let's do this." Sue put her finger to her chin as she thought aloud. "This might be tougher than we thought. Our teachers are pro-heroes after all." Mina then cried out, "How is that fair? You guys are way stronger than us." That's when All Might came leaping down from the sky. As he hit the ground, the concrete cracked around his feet. With his signature smile on his face, he said, "That's why we'll be wearing these weighted restraints during the test. It'll slow us down and drain our stamina, giving you all a fighting chance." Mr. Aizawa then read off the pairing for the test. "Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, you'll be facing me. Tokoyami and Azui, you'll be facing ectoplasm." Aizawa went down his list, but when he finished, Izuku noticed that his name hadn't been called yet. Bakugo also noticed the same thing. That's when Aizawa said, "And for you too." Izuku then looked over to Bakugo, who was already staring at him, before he heard All Might say, "You'll be facing me." Bakugo and the green-haired boy both thought to themselves, "Shit." The teachers did not hold their punches in hopes of showing the students that their enemies wouldn't either. As Momo and Shoto started planning their strategy, Todoroki said, "How do you think we should handle this?" Momo said in response, "It seems like believes we're going to rely heavily on our quirks to win. That's why he chose us to be partners. He plans on erasing our quirks." Todoroki then responded, "So, what do you suggest we do?" Yaoyorozu then thought to herself for a second before she came up with an answer. "Got it, we'll just use something he can't erase." When the test began, Eraserhead was hot on his students' trails. He saw the pair running towards the exit, but he quickly caught up to them. He launched some kunai into their path, stopping their movement. Seeing this, the two split up in opposite directions. Picking the slower of the two, Eraserhead went after Yaoyorozu. He cut her off and quickly bounded both of her hands together with his capture scarf. Throwing one end of his scarf over a street lamp, he started yanking her up when something fell right in front of him. He heard a click, and that's when a bright flash went off, blinding the pro. He tried covering his eyes, but it was too late. He jumped back trying to get some distance and out of nowhere got hit with a projectile. Following its trajectory, he saw Yaoyorozu with a rifle firing rubber bullets. He dodged the oncoming shots and swiftly knocked the gun out of her hands. She leapt over his jab and pulled out two tampa to fend him off. He wrapped one of them in his binding scarf and yanked it away, but before he went in for another assault, he felt a cold breeze at his rear. The pro turned around, activating his quirk, and leapt into the air, expecting to see the bicolored teen using his ice. But what he saw instead was a high-powered fan. That's when he heard the sound of something being shot out of a cannon coming from behind. By the time he saw what it was, a net had captured him, dragging the pro to the ground. After he landed, Eraserhead rolled over trying to free himself. Using his knife to cut a hole in the net, he reached out with one of his arms, then felt someone grab it before hearing a click. That's when he sat up to see Todoroki clamping the capture cuff around his wrist and Yaoyorozu standing beside him, looking exhausted from creating their weapons and trying to catch her breath. She then spoke. "We knew you were going to erase our quirks." Todoroki then said, "So, we made you think we were using them." Aizawa just grinned at his students, then said, "Good job, you both pass." Unfortunately for Ashido, Kirishima, Sato, Shiro, and Kiminari, things didn't go as well. They all failed the practical and would have extra lessons during the summer camp because of it. The last test for the day consisted of Izuku and Bakugo versus All Might. No one saw this matchup coming and couldn't figure out how these two were going to work together. Izuku had already arrived at the site, awaiting on his partner. When Bakugo got there, he said, "Look, Bakugo, I know you're still mad, but we have to pass this together or we're both gonna fail. So, let's just put aside our rivalry to pass this test. I have a plan that I think will work." Bakugo looked at him, then said, "Let me guess, you want to run away from him and hope we're fast enough to make it, or better yet, you probably want to play dead so that he'll think he beat us without even trying. Piss off. I'll beat him myself and you can just go give up like you always do. Izuku folded his arms, then just replied to the blonde while shaking his head. Whatever you say, I'll be right here when you're ready to listen. All Might then landed down the street from the boys. He let out an ominous laugh as he saw Bakugo approaching him. So, you've decided to face me alone, ha hero? Using his quirk to propel himself at All Might, Bakugo aimed his hand at the pro then yelled out. I'm all we'll need to take you down. Bakugo let off a huge point-blank explosion decimating the entire area around All Might. Feeling good that his blast hit its target, he waited for the smoke to clear. What stood from the cloud was an unfazed All Might with his fist cocked back. Seeing this, Izuku said to himself, I tried to tell him. Bakugo went to fire off another blast, but All Might hit him square in the face, causing him to fly back at high speeds. He landed a few feet behind his partner, crashing into a trash can. Izuku just stood there watching things unfold. Bakugo got back to his feet, then rocketed towards All Might with explosions in his hands. He was struck with another punch attempting to hit All Might and sent flying back in the opposite direction. He got right back up and tried attacking the pro, but was met with another strong impact to his torso, causing him to roll backwards, stopping right in front of his former friend. He looked up to see Izuku standing there gazing down at him with one hand sticking out. Bakugo begrudgingly grabbed his former friend's hand, then stood back to his feet. Bakugo then said, You said something about a plan. Izuku then finally spoke again. Yeah, just follow me. Izuku then grabbed a nearby broken-down car and threw it at All Might. The pro caught it with no problem, then said, You got to do much better if boom. Suddenly a grenade went off that was attached to the car, blinding All Might in the process and helping the two boys escape. Once All Might realized what happened, he took off into the city looking for the boys. After a few minutes he came across a sewer lid that was slightly ajar. Seeing this as a clue, he went over to it and lifted it up. In doing this, he set off a tripwire connected to another grenade. Being on guard this time, All Might quickly used the sewer lid to block the blast. After avoiding that, he saw another car flying in his direction. He went to punch it out of the air and was hit in the back with a huge explosion. Izuku, wearing one of Bakugo's gauntlets, said as the blast went off. Got you. Knowing this wouldn't stop the pro, he jumped up expecting him to retaliate. All Might sprung into the air after his pupil when he was hit with another large explosion. All Might went flying into a building, causing it to come down on him. Bakugo screamed out as the device went off. Now die. Izuku then said, Come on, we gotta go while he's down. That's when they both heard Idaho smash. Before Izuku could react, All Might had recovered and clotheslined him into a nearby building. Seeing this, Bakugo used some rapid-fire attacks to slow the pro down. Being dazed from a hit like that, Izuku staggered while getting back to his feet. When he saw his teammate giving it his all against the number 1 hero, Izuku knew this was going to hurt, but he pushed his limit of 1 for all to 80%, then charged All Might with all he had. Toshinori seen his protege coming and kicked his other opponent to the side to block the punch. Izuku screamed out, Detroit smash. This attack, nearly matching All Might's strength, pushed the pro back, but he took the blow with ease. All Might responded with an attack of his own. Matching his pupil's speed, he struck him with equal force. Taking the hit, Izuku slid back and was able to stay on his feet for a little bit, but eventually ended up falling due to the attack. He bounced back, then charged at his teacher while All Might did the same. They both yelled out, Detroit smash. Using his attack as a feint, Izuku got close and dropped his striking hand to his side, then jumped up before saying, Seattle smash. Catching All Might off guard with his maneuver, the pro was hit by a hurricane kick to the face, and it sent him crashing through a few buildings. The green-haired boy's muscles started to spasm as he walked over to his teammate. He picked him up, then started running away. Bakugo came to as he felt himself being carried by someone. Not wanting to feel like he was helpless, Bakugo to him, Put me down, you nerd. I'll walk on my own. Listening to what he said, Izuku dropped him on the ground. Bakugo then screamed, Why the hell did you do that? You damn nerd. Izuku just said in response, You asked me to put you down, so I did. As the blonde went to go after his partner, he saw All Might punch Midoriya through a building, sending him crashing through wall after wall. All Might then spoke, Never take your eyes off of an opponent, unless you're sure he's taken care of. Bakugo then jumped on All Might's back, grabbing him by the hair. He put one of his hands over his mouth, then said, "Bottoms up." A large explosion went off in the face of the number 1 hero, sending Bakugo back to the ground, writhing in agony from overusing his quirk. When the smoke cleared, All Might stood there with scorch marks on his teeth, and his hair was in a large smoky puffball. This image made the onlookers in the monitor's box laugh hysterically. The pro then said, "That was a spicy meatball." After letting out a smoke-filled burp, that's when Izuku came flying back into the fight, colliding with the pro. As All Might intercepted the boy's punch, he said, "Nice try, but I know all your little tricks by now, young Midoriya." Izuku looked up, then said, "Not all of them, All Might." The next thing All Might knew, he felt Midoriya's knee strike his wound, which brought him to the ground in pain. As he grabbed his side while standing back up, he saw his protege carrying his blonde friend towards the exit. While running away, Izuku was feeling bad, then thought, "I'm sorry, All Might, but we have to pass this test." He started to take off after the boys, but he felt the pain getting worse. He coughed up some blood, then decided to call it quits for the day. All Might then said to himself, he used his opponent's weakness to his advantage. I was afraid he wasn't going to be strong enough to make that decision. But it seems I was wrong about the boy. He'll be just fine. Izuku ended up carrying an unconscious Bakugo right through the exit, ensuring that both of them passed the practical before he collapsed. Izuku woke up to the sound of machines beeping and Recovery Girl hitting All Might with her cane. Seeing this made him smile. "I'm just glad it wasn't me this time." Whack! Recovery Girl then struck Izuku in his head, making him rub his new bump before he thought, "I spoke too soon." Recovery Girl looked at the both of them while saying, "Why would you go all out like that knowing what would happen? And you, young man?" She looked at Midoriya before she continued, "You had over 40 strained muscles to go along with your fractures due to you going past your limit. You keep that up and you'll end up with permanent damage." Izuku looked at his body, then said, "I'm sorry, Recovery Girl, I promise it won't happen again. For now on I'll be more careful." Izuku then looked over to notice that Bakugo was sleeping on the bed next to him. Not wanting him to overhear their conversation, All Might pulled Izuku away from the beds and into the office before asking him, "In celebration of you passing your final exam, how would you like to be my +1 while I attend an award ceremony on Island?" All Might looked down to see his green-haired pupil with glossy eyes muttering, Island, the famous research facility. Island, you're +1 on the island." All Might then tried getting his attention. "Hello, Earth," to Midoriya. But the boy was in a daze, so the pro just said, "I'll take that as a yes." When the testing was done, announced that everyone will be going to the summer camp, even the 5 people who failed the practical. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone passed the written test, they would have been in even more torment through extra lessons. Once the summer break was officially started, Class 1A decided to go shopping at Kiyoshi Ward Mall together. Everyone came except for Todoroki, who usually visited his mother on the weekends, and Bakugo because he's Bakugo. Most of the girls headed to a department store with the rest of the guys to buy swimsuits for camp. Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Izuku were all walking together when Ida said, "Oh, I see a few things over there I could use." Spotting a sporting goods store, Ida took off, leaving the two by themselves. Momo then said, "So, what do you need to pick up for camp?" Izuku responded, "I need some bug spray and IZU." The pair turned around and saw a girl with green hair leaping onto Izuku, embracing him in a big hug. The green-haired boy hugged her back, then said, "Hey Emiko, long time no see, how are you doing?" Seeing this, Momo's eye started to twitch, but luckily for her, Izuku didn't notice it yet. The girl released the boy, then said, "I missed you a lot, but I see you move on fast." Momo's eyebrows raised at hearing this, and then she looked at Izuku before he said, "What? Oh no, it's not like that, we're just friends. Let me introduce you to my classmate, Momo Yaoyorozu." Momo smiled, then said, "Nice to meet you, and you are?" The green-haired girl then replied with, "Where are my manners? I'm Emiko Ogawa. Sorry for just interrupting like that." Momo then responded, "No worries, I guess you guys know each other pretty well." Emiko said in reply, "Yeah, we used to date until I had to move, but I'll never forget my Aizu. He was my first love after all." Izuku's face grew a little red at that statement before he said, "Stop embarrassing me." Izuku blushed then said, "So, what are you doing here?" Emiko smiled then said, "I'm in town staying with my mother for the week while my dad is away on business. I came here to do a little shopping and luckily I ended up running into you." Momo felt like she was prying in on a private conversation, so she said, "I'll let you guys catch up and just head over here." Izuku shot Momo a look of desperation while grabbing her hand before blurting out, "How about we all go get something to eat and talk?" Emiko said, "Sounds good. I'm starving." She grabbed Izuku by the arm and started dragging him to the food court. He leaned back and whispered to Yaoyorozu, "Thank you." She smiled then followed behind the two as they continued walking. For 28 continuous minutes Emiko talked non-stop without catching a breath before her phone rang. It turned out to be her mother, needing her help with something. The green-haired girl got up then hugged the UA students before waving goodbye and promising to come back more often. Momo, finally being able to speak, said, "What did you see in her again?" Izuku, looking exhausted, just looked over to his friend and said, "Yeah, it's because of her quirk. It's called high vitality if I'm not mistaken. It gives her lots of energy which she uses to constantly talk." "Oh, I see. Well, after all that I need some aspirin," Momo said in response while rubbing her temples. She got up and walked over to a nearby convenience store. While he was sitting there alone, suddenly Izuku's danger sense went off and someone said, "Hey, I know you. You're the kid who came in second place at the sports festival. Would you mind taking a picture with me?" Someone in a black hoodie took a seat right next to Izuku and threw his arm over the boy's shoulders. Before Izuku could move, he felt 4 fingers make their way around his neck. He started to remove the man's arm before he heard, Now there, you wouldn't want me to use my quirk on you, would you?" That's when the man finally showed his face and Izuku locked eyes with him. It all dawned on the boy exactly who he was and what was going on. "You're the one who attacked the USJ and brought the Nomus to Hosu City." Shigaraki then said, "Yes, I did all that, and yet all anyone can talk about is that bastard Stain. I don't understand why he gets all the credit while we did all the heavy lifting." Momo was walking back to the food court when she saw Izuku with a look of panic on his face. She surveyed the situation and realized he was in trouble. Momo then hurried and ducked behind a nearby column across from where he was sitting. She used the mirror in her purse to reflect the light and get Izuku's attention. Seeing this, he signaled for her to wait until she sees an opening. She understood then got ready. Izuku then said, "So, what do you want with me?" Shigaraki then said, "I wanted to ask you, what does Stain have that I don't? Why does everyone admire him but ignore me?" Izuku then said, "It's because everyone understands his objective and you're just a dumbass with hands all over his face." Shigaraki, angered by the boy's words, cracked a smile then said, "You really are a fool to have said that to me. I hope that was worth it, kid." Shigaraki placed his last finger around Izuku's neck and waited to hear the sound of someone trying to scream while gargling their own blood, but it never happened. Shigaraki looked down to see something black covering the boy's neck and chest coming from the teen's hands. While the villain was distracted, Izuku grabbed Shigaraki by the wrist and flipped him over the table. He jumped away when the villain started to